Welcome, traveler. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Let your body settle and allow the world around you to grow quiet. Tonight, you are about to descend into the Endless Hollow, a vast 100-floor dungeon hidden beneath the sleeping kingdom of Asterfall. So relax, close your eyes, and let the rain carry you downward. Your journey begins now. The bells of Asterfall begin ringing before sunrise. Their sound rolls across the sleeping kingdom in slow, measured waves, passing over tiled rooftops, empty market squares, and the high stone walls of the royal citadel. One bell calls from the western tower, then another answers from the river gate. By the time you reach the lower courtyard, every bell in the city is awake. The people are not. Most windows remain dark. Curtains shift as you pass, but few citizens step outside to watch the expedition depart. Those who do stand quietly beneath doorways, wrapped in coats against the morning cold. Some raise a hand in farewell. Others touch 2 fingers to their lips, then press them against the stone walls of their homes, following an old custom meant to prevent travelers from carrying misfortune back with them. You understand their unease. The Endless Hollow has stood beneath Asterfall longer than the kingdom itself. Its entrance lies at the bottom of a ruined fortress beyond the southern walls, where the land slopes toward a valley filled with pale grass and ancient burial stones. Every generation sends adventurers into it. Some return with silver masks, singing crystals, or weapons forged by forgotten hands. Most return with nothing. Many never return at all. Your shield rests against your left arm as you cross the courtyard. It is round, broad enough to protect your chest, and heavier than it appears. 7 runes have been carved around its rim. In ordinary light, they resemble shallow scratches in the dark metal. When magic approaches, they awaken one after another, shining with the muted blue of moonlight beneath ice. The short sword at your hip carries no enchantment. Your old instructor preferred reliable steel. A scholar taught you the rest. You can still picture Master Orin leaning over a table covered with broken tablets and rusted relics, his gray hair tied back with a strip of red cloth. He used to say that every ruin was a conversation between the dead and the impatient. Most adventurers, he once told you, are too busy searching for treasure to notice what the builders were trying to warn them about. 7 years ago, he entered the Endless Hollow with an expedition of royal cartographers. No member of that group returned. A gust passes through the courtyard, carrying the smell of wood smoke and wet stone. You tighten the strap holding your shield and approach the 3 figures waiting beside the open gate. Captain Elian Vey stands at the center, examining a parchment beneath the light of a brass lantern. He is not a military captain, though everyone calls him one. He earned the title guiding caravans through the northern wilds, where roads vanish beneath snow and wolves grow large enough to drag horses from their harnesses. He has the shoulders of a blacksmith, and the weary eyes of someone who has survived too many plans. A long spear rests across his back. Its ashwood shaft is wrapped with leather at the grip, and a narrow strip of green cloth hangs below the blade. Beside him, Mara Quill is balancing a small copper coin across her knuckles. She wears a faded red coat with more hidden pockets than any sensible garment requires. A narrow case of lockpicks is tucked into one sleeve, and two curved knives hang at her waist. You met her only yesterday, when she stole your room key from your pocket to prove that the inn's locks were inadequate. She returned it after you noticed. That appeared to disappoint her. The fourth member of the party stands slightly apart from the others. Brother Kale is tall and thin, dressed in the ash-gray robes of the Order of the Quiet Flame. A wooden staff rests in one hand. Small glass lanterns hang from its upper branches, each containing a flame no larger than a firefly. He has spoken fewer than 20 words since you met him. According to Elian, he is a healer. According to Mara, anyone that quiet is either exceptionally wise or planning something terrible. Elian looks up as you approach. You came. You sound surprised, Mara says. I'm relieved, he replies. Surprise would imply I had doubts. You had doubts. I always have doubts. Mara catches the coin and slips it into her pocket. That is why he is the captain, inspiring confidence wherever he goes. Elian folds the parchment and gives you a brief nod. The gatekeeper is waiting. Once we leave the city, we won't stop until we reach the fortress. Brother Kale raises one of the lanterns hanging from his staff. Its flame leans toward you, though there is no wind. His gaze settles on your shield. The runes recognize the road, he says. It is the first time he has addressed you directly. Before you can ask what he means, he lowers the lantern and walks through the gate. Myra watches him go. 21 words, she says. The road beyond Asterfall winds between low hills, silvered with frost. Dawn gathers slowly behind the eastern mountains, revealing distant fields, narrow streams, and the dark outline of the ruined fortress. No one speaks for the first mile. Elian leads with a steady pace. Brother Kale follows, his staff tapping softly against the road. You walk beside Mara, who appears unable to travel in a straight line. She drifts toward abandoned carts, roadside shrines, and anything else that might conceal a compartment. You studied under Oren Vale, she says eventually. The sound of his name catches you off guard. You keep your eyes on the fortress. You knew him, knew of him. Half the relic dealers in the southern kingdoms still curse his name. That sounds like him. He exposed 6 forgeries in 1 month. One belonged to a duke. The duke should have purchased a better forgery. Mara glances at you, then smiles. You really were his student. The smile fades when she looks toward the valley. My older brother went into the hollow, she says. 12 years ago. You wait, giving her room to continue. She does not. Instead, She walks faster and calls to Elian. Captain, remind me why the kingdom suddenly cares about mapping the dungeon again. Elian does not turn around. The official reason, the entertaining one, the official reason is that 3 lower city wells have begun producing warm water. The ground beneath the southern wall has shifted twice this month, and miners near Red Quarry have reported hearing bells under the earth. And the entertaining reason, the king dreamed of a door opening beneath his bed. Mara considers this. I prefer the official reason. So does the king. By mid-morning, you reach the valley. The ruined fortress rises from its center like a broken crown. 2 of its towers have collapsed, and thorn-covered walls lean at dangerous angles. Weather has softened the carvings above the gate, but you can still make out the shape of a many-eyed creature curled around a circular opening. Your shield grows warm, not enough to activate the runes, only enough to make you aware of the metal against your arm. A small camp has been erected outside the ruins. Royal soldiers stand beside supply carts while scribes catalog ropes, oil, dried food, medical tools, and bundles of spare torches. Near the entrance, an elderly woman waits beneath a dark blue canopy. Gatekeeper Sira has guarded the endless hollow for 43 years. She is shorter than you expected, with closely cropped white hair and a face marked by thin ritual scars. A ring of iron keys hangs from her belt, though the dungeon entrance has no visible lock. As your party approaches, she studies each of you in silence. Her gaze pauses on your shield. Then she looks at your face. Something changes in her expression. It has gone too quickly to name. Elian Vey, she says, you have returned against my better judgment. Your judgment has always been better after the danger has passed. She turns to Mara, a quill. Mara's hand moves subtly toward one of her knives. You knew my brother. I watched him enter. Did you watch him come out? No. The answer lands between them, like a stone dropped into deep water. Sira looks at Brother Kale. The quiet flame rarely sends its own. The fire below is changing, he replies. Finally, she faces you. Your name. You give it. The wind stirs the canopy above her. Sira repeats your name once, slowly, as though comparing it to one she heard long ago. Then she reaches for your shield. You instinctively draw it back. Her hand stops. A rune guard should be cautious, she says. An appraiser should be curious. You will have to decide which instinct serves you best down there. Have we met? No. She says it too quickly. Elian notices. His eyes narrow, but he does not challenge her. Sira leads you beneath the ruined gate and into the fortress courtyard. At its center, a staircase descends through a circular shaft wide enough for 10 people to walk side by side. The steps are carved from black stone, their edges worn smooth by centuries of boots. No light rises from below. A stone arch stands over the first step. Hundreds of names have been scratched into its surface, Some are written in the modern script of Asterfall. Others use alphabets you recognize only from damaged tablets. Near the arch's base, you find Master Orin's mark. It is not his name. He never left his name in ruins. Instead, he used a small symbol resembling an open eye above a crooked line. You kneel and brush dust from it. The mark has been carved deeply into the stone. Beneath it are 4 words. The door remembers blood. Elian crouches beside you. His work. Yes. What does it mean? I don't know. Mara leans over your shoulder, comforting. You examine the grooves. Orin's earlier markings were precise, almost delicate. These cuts are uneven, hurried. The final letter runs downward, as though the blade slipped. He wrote this after returning from inside, you say. Sira stands behind you. There are rooms beneath the fortress where expeditions prepare. Perhaps he came back to the entrance before descending again. You said his expedition never returned. They never came out. You turn toward her. Sira holds your gaze. The distinction matters, she says. Before you can question her further, a deep vibration passes through the fortress. Dust falls from the broken walls. Somewhere below, a sound answers the bells of Asterfall. One note, low and distant. Brother Kale's lantern flames shrink to blue points. Sira removes an iron key from her belt, though there is still no lock in sight. She presses the key against the center of the arch. Stone grinds beneath your feet. Lines appear across the first step, spreading through the staircase like cracks through ice. One by one, small golden lights awaken along the walls of the shaft. The way into the endless hollow opens before you. The royal scribes bring forward your supplies. Each party member receives a pack containing 6 days of dried food, 2 water skins, rope, chalk, lamp oil, and a folded cloth designed to hold monster materials without absorbing their more unpleasant qualities. Elian carries the climbing equipment. Mara carries additional tools and an amount of contraband she refuses to identify. Brother Kale carries almost nothing beyond his staff and a narrow satchel of healing herbs. You are given the expedition ledger. Its leather cover bears the royal seal, while the first page contains your orders. Descend to the 20th floor. Investigate structural changes. Locate the missing survey stations, and return with evidence of any threat moving toward the surface. Below the official instructions, someone has added a sentence in faded ink. Do not open doors marked with a crown of roots. Sira sees you reading it. I wrote that 31 years ago. What is behind those doors? I have never opened one. Then how do you know they are dangerous? Because everything else tries to keep them closed. She steps away from the arch. Elian checks the fastening on his spear, then looks at each member of the party. We stay within sight of one another. We mark every route. We do not touch unknown objects until our appraiser examines them. If something speaks without a mouth, Kale decides whether we answer. If the path divides, no one wanders off to satisfy their curiosity. Mara raises a hand. What about professional curiosity? No. Scholarly curiosity? No. Profitable curiosity? Especially no. Elian looks toward you. Anything to add? You glance down the illuminated stairway. The air rising from below smells faintly of rain and old leaves. Dungeon inscriptions often repeat warnings after they stop being useful, you say. If you see a symbol, don't assume the first translation remains correct on the next floor. And if you find a relic that seems untouched, leave it untouched until I know why. Mara sighs. This group has a troubling opposition to treasure. Brother Kale begins descending. The rest of you follow. The staircase circles downward for nearly an hour. The golden lights fade behind you as new ones awaken below. At first, the walls are made from the same black stone as the fortress. Deeper down, roots begin pushing through the cracks. Thin white threads hang from the ceiling, trembling whenever your footsteps disturb the air. You pass 3 landings. The first contains an abandoned guardroom with rotted furniture. The second holds a dry fountain shaped like a kneeling giant. At the third, a row of stone figures stands with their faces turned toward the wall. Myra approaches one. Don't, you say. She freezes with her fingers, inches from its shoulder. You lift your lantern and study the floor. Shallow grooves circle each statue's feet. Pressure mechanisms. They turn, you explain, probably toward movement or heat. Mara steps carefully back, and then you notice narrow openings inside their carved mouths. Darts. What kind? There's residue around the openings. She retreats another step. The unfriendly kind. The party hugs the opposite wall and passes without incident. At the bottom of the staircase, you reach a pair of bronze doors. They stand 3 times your height, engraved with the image of a forest beneath unfamiliar stars. Animals gather among the trees, but many are species you have never seen. 6-legged deer drink from a silver river. Winged serpents coil around branches. Small masked figures peer from the roots. At the center of the doors is a circular hollow. You examine it while the others wait. The edge is worn. Something round was once placed there repeatedly, perhaps a medallion or seal. Yet faint scratches extend outward from the circle in 7 directions. You raise your shield. Its runes align perfectly with the scratches. A cold sensation passes through your hand. The shield is the key, Elian asks. It shouldn't be. That is rarely a useful sentence in a dungeon. Your shield was made in Asterfall less than 20 years ago. You watched the runesmith carve 2 of the markings yourself. There should be no connection between it and doors older than the kingdom. Still, when you press the shield against the hollow, all 7 runes ignite. The bronze doors shudder. A voice speaks from somewhere inside the walls. It says a single word, a name, not the one you gave gatekeeper Sira, a name you have never heard before. Veilith, the doors begin to open. Cool, damp air washes over you. It carries the scent of moss, flowers, and distant water. Beyond the threshold lies a forest, not a cavern containing trees, not a collection of pale roots surviving in darkness. A forest, its trunks rise farther than your lantern light can reach, their bark smooth and silver. Blue leaves spread across the canopy beneath an underground sky filled with drifting lights. Streams wind between banks of luminous moss. Moths larger than your hand float above white flowers, and somewhere among the trees, an unseen creature sings a slow, repeating melody. Mara steps through first despite every rule Elian gave. She turns in a circle, her face illuminated by the blue canopy. I was prepared for rats, she says. Elian joins her. There will be rats. Let me enjoy this. Brother Kale enters and raises his staff. The flames in his lanterns brighten, responding to the strange forest. You remain at the threshold. The doors recognized your shield. The walls spoke a name. Behind you, the great staircase climbs toward a distant circle of golden light. The surface remains accessible. You could turn back now, question Sira, and search Oren's old records before continuing. Then something moves among the trees. A figure stands on the opposite bank of the nearest stream. At first, you mistake it for a thin man wearing a cloak of leaves. When it steps into the blue light, you see bark-covered limbs, long fingers, and a smooth wooden face without a mouth. Antlers rise from its head, draped in moss. Elian lowers his spear. Mara's knives appear in her hands. Brother Kale whispers a prayer. The creature does not attack. It looks directly at you. Then it kneels. Every light in the forest dims. From somewhere far behind the trees comes the sound of branches breaking. Many branches. The disturbance moves quickly toward you. The kneeling creature raises one hand and points deeper into the forest. Your shield's runes flare. Something is coming, you say. Elian moves immediately. Through the doors, defensive line. Mara backs toward the threshold. Brother Kale plants his staff, and the tiny flames rise from their lanterns, circling his shoulders. The forest shakes. Between the trunks, you glimpse low shapes racing through the undergrowth. Their eyes shine yellow. Their bodies are covered in dark quills that scrape against the trees, leaving glowing cuts in the bark. There are too many to fight in the open. Inside, Elian orders. The wooden creature points deeper into the forest again. More urgently this time, Mara looks from it to the bronze doors. The silent tree man thinks we should go that way. The silent tree man may be calling the things chasing us, Elian replies. You study the creature. Its posture is not reverence. Its shoulders are hunched, and its long fingers dig into the soil. It is afraid. The first quilled beast bursts through the ferns. It resembles a wolf stretched to the size of a horse, though its jaw opens in 4 sections, and its front legs end in hooked claws. Blue sap drips from the quills along its back. 2 more appear behind it. Then 5. You raise your shield as the nearest creature lunges. The impact drives you backward, but the runes catch its weight. Blue light spreads across the shield's surface, bending around the beast's claws. You twist, throwing it aside as Alian's spear strikes beneath its shoulder. Mara ducks under a second creature and draws both knives across its hind leg. It stumbles, but does not fall. Brother Kale swings his staff. The lantern flames gather into a bright ribbon, sweeping across the clearing. The beasts recoil from the light, snarling through divided jaws. Move, Ilian calls. The bronze doors are closing. Stone grinds behind you. The opening narrows to half its width, cutting off the staircase. Mara runs toward it. That seems important. You brace your shield against another charging beast. Its quills strike the runes, releasing a burst of sparks. Pain travels up your arm. Through the shrinking doorway, you glimpse the golden lights of the staircase, vanishing one after another. Not naturally. Something is extinguishing them from above. The wooden creature rises and seizes the edge of your cloak. It pulls toward the forest. A 4th beast leaps at Brother Kale. You step between them. Claws rake across the shield, and one of the runes turns from blue to white. You feel the magic inside the attack, a corrosive force meant to weaken metal and bone. The shield absorbs it, but only partly. A sharp chill spreads through your shoulder. Alian pulls his spear free. The doors are lost, he says. Follow the creature. Mara stares at the final sliver of staircase visible beyond the bronze doors. For one moment, you see a figure standing on the lowest step, an elderly woman beneath a dark blue canopy. Gatekeeper Sira. She does not attempt to stop the doors. She watches you. Then she presses one hand against her heart and bows. The doors close. A heavy locking mechanism turns inside them. Your way back to Asterfall disappears. The quilled beasts begin circling. The wooden creature releases your cloak and sprints toward the trees. With no safer path remaining, your party follows. You race beneath the glowing canopy while the forest erupts behind you. Alian runs at your right, using his spear to push aside hanging vines. Mara keeps pace on your left, her red coat flashing between silver trunks. Brother Kale follows close behind, his floating flames holding the beasts at a distance. The creature leads you across the stream and into a narrow passage between tangled roots. You duck beneath a branch and nearly step on a stone marker hidden in the moss. An open eye above a crooked line has been carved into its surface. Orin's mark. Below it, written in the private cipher he taught only to his senior students, are 5 words. The first guardian is not your enemy. You have only enough time to read them once. A roar rolls through the forest ahead. The wooden creature stops. Beyond the final row of trees, a clearing opens beneath the blue-lit sky. At its center lies an ancient temple wrapped in roots. Broken pillars surround a circular pool, and upon the temple steps, something enormous begins lifting its antlered head. Your shield whispers the forgotten name again. Vaileth. This time, the voice comes from inside the metal, and whatever waits upon the temple steps opens its eyes. They are vast and golden, each pupil shaped like the narrow flame of a candle. Blue moss hangs from the creature's antlers. Its body is covered in bark thick enough to resemble armor, and its forelimbs end in broad, root-like claws that press into the temple stones. At first, you think it is another being like the wooden guide who led you here. Then it rises. The creature towers above the ruined pillars. Branches unfold from its back, spreading like the frame of a leafless tree. Pale flowers bloom along them as it moves, opening all at once beneath the glowing canopy. Elian stops at the edge of the clearing and lowers his spear. "Guardian," he says. The word seems too small. The quilled beasts break from the forest behind you. Their claws tear through the moss as they rush into the clearing. But the moment they see the creature on the temple steps, they scatter to either side. None crosses the ring of broken pillars. The guardian turns its great head toward them. A deep sound vibrates through its chest. The forest answers. Roots burst from the earth. One catches a quilled beast around the hind legs and lifts it into the air. Another coils around a second creature's body. The beasts twist and bite, spraying blue sap across the stones. But the roots tighten until they can no longer move. The guardian sweeps one arm. The trapped monsters are thrown back into the forest. Silence follows. Mara slowly lowers one knife. "I like it." The guardian's gaze moves to her. She raises the knife again. "I reserve the right to reconsider." The wooden guide hurries into the clearing. It kneels before the guardian and touches both hands to the ground. The larger creature leans toward it. For several breaths, neither moves. Then the guardian looks directly at you. The forgotten name travels through your shield. Vaileth. This time, the sound is accompanied by a memory that cannot be yours. A circular chamber, a floor covered in black water, 7 figures standing around a stone cradle, while something beneath them struggles against chains. The vision vanishes as quickly as it appeared. You stagger. Elian catches your shoulder before you fall. "What happened?" "The shield showed me something." "Shields do that often." "No." A crack echoes across the clearing. The guardian's head jerks to one side. One of the pale flowers on its back darkens. Its petals curl inward, turning gray. Then another flower withers. A black stain spreads along the branches, seeping through the bark like ink through cloth. The wooden guide rises and backs away. The guardian shudders. Roots coil around its legs. Not roots growing from the earth. Roots growing from inside its body. They push through splits in its bark, thin and black, covered with small red thorns. The guardian claws at them, tearing loose several strands, but more emerge from beneath its chest. Brother Kale's floating flames draw close together. That is not part of it, he says. The guardian throws back its head. Its roar shakes, loose fragments of stone from the temple. Golden light floods its eyes, then flickers. When it looks at you again, one eye remains gold. The other has turned black. Move, Elian shouts. The guardian strikes the ground. A wave passes through the clearing. Roots surge beneath the soil, splitting stone and throwing you from your feet. You land hard against the moss. Your shield slips from your arm and rolls several paces away. Mara dives behind a pillar as a root lashes through the place where she stood. Elian plants the butt of his spear and holds on while the earth shifts beneath him. Brother Kale is lifted by a twisting vine, but one of his lantern flames cuts through it before it can drag him toward the temple. The wooden guide runs to your shield. It reaches for the rim, then recoils as the runes blaze. You push yourself upright and retrieve it. Oren's warning returns to you. The first guardian is not your enemy. The creature attacks again. A claw larger than a wagon sweeps across the clearing. You raise the shield and brace with both feet. The impact is unlike anything you have felt before. The runes ignite in sequence. 1, 2, 3, then all 7 at once. Blue light expands around you in a curved wall, catching the guardian's blow before it reaches Elian and Brother Kale. The force drives you backward through the moss. Your boots strike stone. The shield holds. Barely. Black roots, you call. They're controlling it. Mara peers from behind the pillar. Can we remove them? Brother Kale raises his staff toward the guardian. The corruption enters through the temple. You follow his gaze. The black roots do not end within the creature. They trail behind it, disappearing through cracks in the steps and into the ruins below. The guardian's golden eye fixes on you. Its bark-covered jaw opens, though it has no tongue. A strained voice emerges. Run. The black eye widens. Its head snaps toward the wooden guide. The guardian lunges. You move before thought can catch up. Your shield strikes the ground between the smaller creature and the descending claw. Blue light forms above both of you, but the guardian's weight crushes through the first layer of protection. A rune along the shield's rim cracks. Pain flashes through your arm. The protective wall bends toward you, humming like a plucked wire. Elian's spear flies over your shoulder. It pierces one of the black roots, emerging from the guardian's wrist, and pins it to the temple steps. The root writhes, pulling the creature's arm aside. Mara runs along the base of a broken pillar, leaps, and catches one of the branches hanging from the guardian's back. She swings onto its shoulder. Please remain still, she says, drawing a knife. This is difficult enough already. The guardian twists violently. Mara clings to a ridge of bark, while while cutting at the black vines around its neck. Each strand releases a puff of red dust. Wherever the dust settles, the bark begins to blister. Brother Kale strikes his staff against the earth. The floating flames dive into the moss and vanish. For one moment, nothing happens. Then lines of warm light spread outward beneath the clearing. They outline the buried roots, revealing a tangled network running from the temple into the guardian, the forest, and the distant trees. Most glow silver. 7 are black. The corrupted roots meet beneath the altar, Kale says. Sever them there. Elian pulls his spear free and points toward the temple entrance. It lies behind the guardian. Getting past it may be difficult. Mara ducks beneath a swiping branch. I had noticed. The wooden guide touches your arm. Its long fingers are cool and smooth. It points toward the circular pool beside the temple, then toward a narrow opening beneath the water, a submerged passage. You understand. Elian, keep its attention. Mara, get off before it crushes you. I was planning to. Kale with me. Elian recovers his spear. How long? You look toward the pool. The water is clear enough to reveal broken statues far below. I don't know. Then I'll be optimistic. He steps into the open and strikes the spearhead against his bracer. The ringing sound carries across the clearing. Guardian. The creature turns. Elian runs. He does not retreat from it. He charges directly toward its feet, drawing its attention away from the pool. The guardian claws at him. He rolls beneath the strike, rises beside one leg, and drives his spear into the stone between its roots. Mara cuts the last vine around the guardian's neck and jumps. Brother Kale lifts his staff. A stream of flame catches her before she reaches the ground. It does not burn her. It slows her fall enough for her to land beside you with only a stumble. I dislike magic, she says. You steal enchanted objects. I dislike being enchanted. The 3 of you race toward the pool. Behind you, the guardian tears Elian's spear from the ground and hurls it into the trees. Elian draws the long knife from his belt and narrowly avoids being crushed beneath a root. You reach the water. The wooden guide dives without hesitation. Mara looks at the black surface beneath the blue forest light. I assume there isn't a dry entrance. You jump. Cold closes over you. The weight of your shield pulls you downward, but the guide catches its edge and directs you toward the submerged opening. Brother Kale enters behind you, his robes billowing around him. One of his lanterns remains lit beneath the water, casting a pale green glow. Mara swims last, using one hand while holding a knife between her teeth. The opening leads into a narrow stone tunnel. Ancient carvings pass beneath your fingers as you pull yourself forward. Figures kneel around a many-branched tree. Beneath its roots, a crowned shape lies bound in chains. The tunnel rises. Your head breaks the surface inside a dark chamber. You drag yourself onto a ledge, breathing hard. Brother Kale emerges beside you, followed by the guide and Mara. Water streams from her red coat. "Next expedition," she says, removing the knife from her mouth. "We hire a boat. The chamber lies beneath the temple. Pillars lean at strange angles, their bases submerged in the pool. At the center stands a stone altar wrapped in black roots. The roots pulse. Each movement sends a dull beat through the floor. 7 thick vines extend from the altar's base and disappear into the ceiling. The corruption feeding the guardian. Brother Kale approaches, then stops. Small bones cover the ground around the altar. Most belong to animals. Some do not. The wooden guide kneels among them and picks up a carved wooden mask no larger than its palm. It holds the mask against its chest. Mara's expression softens. "These were its people," she says. A scraping sound comes from the far side of the chamber. You raise your shield. Figures step from behind the pillars. They wear rusted armor and carry weapons eaten through with age. Roots emerge from beneath their helmets and wind around their limbs, moving their bodies like puppets. Previous adventurers. One wears the remains of a royal cartographer's coat, 7 years old. You search the figure's face, but only darkness lies beneath its helmet. It is too tall to be Orin. Relief comes first. Shame follows close behind it. The dead advance. Brother Kale raises his staff. Their spirits are gone. "Are you certain?" Mara asks. "Yes. That helps less than you might think." The first armored figure swings a corroded axe. You catch the strike with your shield, turn it aside, and drive your short sword through the black root at its elbow. The arm falls limp. Mara slips behind the figure and cuts the vines at both knees. It collapses. Another rushes Brother Kale. His lantern flames circle its helmet, burning through the roots without touching the metal. The armor falls empty to the floor. More emerge from the dark. You fight toward the altar. Each time your sword cuts a root, the chamber trembles. Dust pours from the ceiling. Somewhere above, the guardian roars. Mara climbs onto a fallen pillar and leaps across the advancing dead. Her knives flash in the green lantern light, cutting the black strands that connect one body to the next. Brother Kale plants his staff beside the altar. "Protect me." You move in front of him. The runes on your shield glow, though the cracked one flickers unevenly. 3 armored figures strike at once. Their blades carry the same corrosive magic as the quilled beasts. You widen your stance. Blue light spreads across the shield. The attacks slow as they enter it, their magical force thinning. You feel the enchantment unravel, strand by strand, until the weapons strike as ordinary metal. You block the first, turn the second. The third slips past the shield and cuts through your sleeve. Heat runs along your upper arm. You answer with the pommel of your sword, striking the figure's helmet hard enough to turn it sideways. Mara appears behind it and severs the root at its neck. The armor drops. Still attached, she asks. You test your arm. Yes. Good, I'm becoming accustomed to you. Brother Kale begins speaking in a low, steady voice. The words are unfamiliar, even to you. They belong to an older form of the sacred language, one used when the Order of the Quiet Flame still guarded tombs rather than temples. His lanterns arrange themselves above the altar. One flame hovers over each black root. On my mark, he says, cut them together. There are 7, Mara replies. We have fewer knives than roots. The wooden guide approaches the altar. It places both hands against one of the black vines. The corruption crawls onto its fingers. Its wooden body shakes, but it does not let go. Then more figures emerge from the water. Dozens of small wooden beings climb onto the surrounding ledges. Some carry stone blades. Others hold hooked tools made from bone. All wear carved masks. The guide's people, they spread through the chamber and seize the 7 roots. The vines thrash. Above you, the guardian screams. Brother Kale's flames turn white. Now, you drive your sword into the first root. Mara cuts through another with both knives. The wooden creatures hack at the remaining vines. For a moment, the roots resist. Their black surfaces harden, becoming slick as iron. The altar pulses. A force pushes through the chamber and enters your shield. Another vision opens. You stand in darkness before something enormous. Chains cross its body, each link carved with writing. 6 guardians surround it, their forms hidden behind curtains of light. A 7th figure stands beside you. It has your hands, your shield. Your name is spoken again. Valeth. This time, you understand that it is not calling to you. It is addressing you. The vision breaks. You press both hands against the sword. The rune-marked shield touches the black root. Blue light pours through the blade. The root splits. All 7 vines rupture together. A blast of red dust fills the chamber. Brother Kale's lantern flames expand, sweeping the dust upward in a bright spiral. The remaining roots shrivel. Armored bodies collapse throughout the ruins. Then the altar cracks. A line appears down its center. The wooden creatures retreat. You hear a mechanism turning far below the floor. Vast stone pieces move against one another, sending vibrations through the temple. The broken altar opens. Beneath it lies a circular seal made from dark glass. 7 symbols surround its edge. 6 remain lit. The 7th has gone dark. Brother Kale stares at it. What did we do? Mara asks. No one answers. A voice rises from beneath the seal. It is too deep to belong to any human throat. You feel it through your boots more than you hear it. 1. The dark glass trembles. Of 100. The chamber floor splits. Water rushes through the new cracks. The wooden creatures scatter toward the pillars as the entire temple begins to sink. Back to the passage, you call. Mara grabs the expedition ledger where it has nearly slipped from your pack. Brother Kale gathers his lanterns with a sweep of his staff. You turn toward the wooden guide, but it remains beside the broken altar, staring at the bones of its people. You seize its arm. It resists. Above, the guardian releases one final roar. The temple ceiling collapses. A massive root tears through the stone and curls around the guide. You raise your sword, but the smaller creature places one hand against your shield. The root does not crush it. It lifts the guide toward the opening. The guardian is saving its own. You follow. The root carries all four of you upward as the underground chamber fills with water. Broken pillars vanish beneath the rising flood. The dark glass seal disappears last, 6 symbols burning beneath the surface. You are thrown into the clearing. The guardian lies across the temple steps. The black vines have fallen from its body. Its bark is split in dozens of places, and most of the flowers along its branches have withered. The golden light has returned to both eyes, but it is faint. Elian kneels nearby, one hand pressed against his side. His spear is gone. Blood darkens his coat beneath his fingers. Mara runs to him. You look terrible. I'm glad you survived too. Brother Kale kneels and begins examining the wound. You approach the guardian. The wooden guide rests against its lowered head. Other masked beings emerge from the forest, gathering around them. The guardian looks at you. Its voice comes slowly, formed through groaning wood and moving roots. Shield bearer, you stop. Do you know me? The creature's golden eyes narrow. Known shape, changed flesh. You think of the vision. The hands that were yours and not yours. The names spoken by statues and doors. Who is Valeth? The guardian's branches shiver. Every wooden being in the clearing lowers its head. You, the word leaves you cold. That is not my name. Not now. The guardian turns its gaze toward the ruined temple. You returned wearing a younger name, carrying the same ward. The prison felt you cross the first door. What prison? The creature closes its eyes. Endless hollow. The name takes on a different meaning. Not an endless place. A hollow designed to contain something that should never reach its end. Brother Kale looks up from Elian's wound. The seal beneath the altar lost one of its symbols. The guardian's breathing deepens. The roots held me to the lock. The corruption rose from below. You broke its path and weakened the seal, you say. Guardian and seal are one. Mara stands beside Elian, her wet coat clinging to her shoulders. So every guardian we kill opens another lock. Every guardian that falls. We did not kill you. No. The guardian opens its eyes once more. But I am falling. Cracks spread through its chest. The wooden beings crowd closer. Some touch their masks to the ground. Others place small hands against the guardian's limbs. The guide looks toward you. It does not accuse you. That makes the weight of what happened more difficult to bear. Can we heal it, you ask? Brother Kale looks at the guardian. Then, at his lanterns. I can close wounds, he says quietly. I cannot restore a life tied to a broken seal. The guardian raises one claw. A piece of pale wood rests within it, shaped like a narrow leaf. Runes cover both sides. You recognize the writing, not the language, the handwriting. Master Orin carved these symbols. You accept the wooden token. The moment it touches your palm, a voice speaks from it. Orin's voice. If you have reached the first guardian, then the entrance has probably closed. Do not waste time trying to reopen it. The hollow will permit no retreat while the lower seals are failing. The recording crackles. Behind Orin's words, you hear rushing water and distant bells. The guardian is not the enemy. None of them are. They were placed here to hold the prison closed, but something beneath the 100th floor has learned to spread its will upward through the roots, rivers, ruins, and remains of the dead. A long pause follows. When Orin speaks again, his voice is weaker. If my student hears this, then Sira kept her promise. Your hand tightens around the token. She knew, Mara says. Elian pushes himself upright, despite Brother Kale's objection. Knew what? Orin continues. You will be told that your shield resembles an ancient ward, that doors recognize you, that the name Valeth belongs to you. These things are true, but they are not the whole truth. The token flickers. Do not trust the statues. Do not trust the voices beneath the floors. And if you find me, do not trust me until I tell you what was hidden inside the red book. The message ends. The leaf-shaped token goes still. You hear Master Orin's final warning again. If you find me, not if you find my body. The guardian exhales. Its breath smells of rain, sap, and cold stone. Tiny points of light leave the flowers on its back, floating into the canopy. The lower ones climb, it says. A roar sounds far beyond the forest. Then another. Neither belongs to the quilled beasts. The ground shifts. In the distance, birds rise from the glowing trees in a vast, frightened cloud. Something moves beneath them, breaking trunks as it approaches from the direction of the deeper floors. The guardian turns toward the disturbance. The prison gathers its servants. Elian struggles to his feet. Is there another way down? The creature looks toward the rear of the temple. Roots pull aside, revealing a staircase descending beneath an arch of silver bark. Cool wind rises from it. It carries the scent of ash and distant smoke. The road continues, the guardian says. 9 worlds below this forest, the second keeper guards the gate of stone. If it still remembers itself, show it the leaf. And if it does not, Mara asks, the guardian's flowers release their final light. Learn its sorrow. Its body begins sinking into the earth. The wooden beings step back as roots gather around it. Bark becomes soil. Branches settle across the temple stones, transforming into pale saplings. Within moments, the great creature is gone. A new tree stands where its heart once rested. One golden leaf hangs from its lowest branch. The guide removes its mask. Beneath it is a small face carved with delicate features and dark, polished eyes. It touches its forehead to your shield. Then it places a hand against its chest. Leth, it says. Its voice is soft and rough from disuse. A name. You repeat it. Leth nods. Behind you, the forest shakes again. The distant creatures are coming closer. Elian retrieves a broken length of wood from the temple ruins and uses it to support his injured side. Brother Kale binds the wound tightly, though his expression makes clear that Elian should not be walking. Mara wrings water from one sleeve. So, she says, looking toward the descending staircase, the entrance is sealed. The first guardian is dead. The dungeon is a prison. Something below knows our relic appraiser by an ancient name, and Orin may still be alive. Elian gives her a tired look. Is there a point coming? Yes, I would like it recorded that the official expedition plan was poor. You open the ledger. Beneath the royal orders, you write the truth. The first floor is not a chamber. It is a world. Its guardian was bound to a seal beneath the temple. The seal has weakened. Creatures from below are moving upward. Then you pause. Orin taught you that records should distinguish what is known from what is feared. You add one final line. The dungeon is awake, and it remembers me. A crash echoes through the forest. The silver trees bend as a massive shape forces its way between them. Through the blue leaves, you glimpse a head covered in stone plates and a mouth glowing with furnace light. Leth points toward the staircase. The wooden beings gather around the new golden tree, carrying stone tools and bone weapons. They do not intend to flee. You cannot stay, you tell Leth. Leth looks toward the approaching monster, then toward the other masked beings. This is their home. Mara touches your shoulder. We cannot make the choice for them. You know she is right. You remove one of the spare chalk sticks from your pack and hold it out. Leth accepts it, uncertain. You draw Orin's open-eye mark on the staircase wall. A sign for those who follow, you explain. Leth studies the symbol, then adds one of its own beside it. A small tree growing above a closed eye. The meaning is clear enough. We remained. You clasp Leth's wooden hand. Then you follow your companions beneath the arch. The staircase descends steeply, curving through living roots. Behind you, the forest fills with the voices of the wooden settlement. Their tools strike stone. Their masks knock together. The sound forms a steady rhythm, neither a war song nor a farewell, but something older that contains a little of both. The roots close over the entrance. Blue light disappears. For a time, you walk by the glow of Brother Kale's lanterns. Elian's breathing grows strained, though he refuses every offer to carry his pack. Mara stays near him without mentioning that she has adjusted her pace. The leaf-shaped message token hangs from a cord around your neck, resting beside the top edge of your shield. Far below, Another bell rings. The stone beneath your feet answers. 100 floors, 100 seals. The first is broken. The laughter follows you down the staircase. It does not grow louder. It never seems closer. It travels through the stone in brief, breathless echoes, appearing beneath your feet, behind the walls. And once from somewhere inside Elian's broken walking staff, he stops and throws the length of wood aside. Mara watches it tumble down the steps. I was beginning to dislike that stick. Brother Kale lifts one of his glass lanterns and holds it near Elian's side. Warm light passes through the layers of bandage beneath his coat, revealing a dark shadow around the wound. The claw did more than cut you, Kale says. Elian leans against the wall. Can you remove it? Not here. That means no. It means I need clean water, heat, and time. We have one of those. Mara opens her water skin, takes a drink, and passes it to him. Which one? Elian accepts it without answering. The staircase ends at a low archway formed from dark red stone. Unlike the bronze doors above, it bears no carvings or mechanisms. Warm air passes through it, carrying the smell of smoke, metal, and cooked grain. Beyond lies a road. It stretches across a barren plain beneath a ceiling, hidden by layers of drifting ash. Black paving stones run toward a distant collection of lights. On either side, fields of pale grass bend in a wind you cannot feel. You step through the arch. A soft pressure passes over your body, like the surface of deep water. The opening behind you disappears. There is no closing door or moving wall. One moment, the staircase remains visible between the red stones. The next, the arch contains only darkness too solid for your lantern light to enter. Mara reaches into it with the tip of a knife. The blade touches stone. Second floor, she asks. You examine the roadside. A weathered marker rises from the grass, its surface covered in several layers of writing. Third, Elian looks back at the sealed arch. We passed a floor on the staircase, possibly more than one. That seems dishonest. The hollow was not built for convenient mapping. You brush ash from the marker. The oldest inscription identifies the road as the Pilgrim's Causeway. A later hand has carved directions to a place called Hearthbridge. Beneath that, in modern Asterfall script, someone has written 3 short lines. No open flame beyond the western gate. Pay the bellkeeper. Do not sleep in the red house. Mara peers over your shoulder. Someone has excellent handwriting. The strokes are narrow, slightly slanted, and annoyingly precise. You would recognize them on any wall in the world. Orin. You search the marker for his personal sign, but it is absent. Elian looks toward the distant lights. How old? The ash has gathered inside the cuts. Several years, at least. Then Hearthbridge was here when his expedition passed. Brother Kale watches the pale grass shifting beside the road. It is still here now. Shapes are moving through the field. They keep low, hidden beneath the feathery tops of the grass. You hear soft clicks traveling from one patch to the next. The road ahead remains clear. Elian draws the long knife from his belt. Without his spear, the weapon looks too small in his hand. We walk, he says. No sudden movement unless they approach. You continue along the causeway. The hidden creatures follow. For the first mile, you see only brief impressions of them. A pointed ear, a gray back, a tail marked with rings of white bone. They move in a loose pack, never coming closer than 20 paces. Mara tosses a pebble into the grass. A dozen shapes scatter. You heard Elian, you say. I made no sudden movement. The pebble did. One of the creatures climbs onto a stone farther ahead. It resembles a fox, though its body is hairless and covered with soft gray skin. A shell grows across its shoulders, shaped like an open hand. Small bells hang from the 5 finger-like points. The fox sits and watches you pass. Its bells do not ring. Mara lowers her voice. Can I touch it? No. Can I feed it? You don't know what it eats. I could ask. It has no mouth. She studies the smooth place beneath its nose. That is inconvenient. The creature follows you with dark eyes until the road curves. Hearthbridge comes into view near the end of the plain. The settlement has been constructed across a deep chasm that divides the floor from one wall to the other. Houses, workshops, gardens, and towers stand upon a web of stone arches. Thousands of chains descend into the depths below, supporting hanging platforms and clusters of dim orange lanterns. A river of glowing ash flows through the bottom of the chasm. The heat rising from it distorts the air. People move across the bridges. They are short, broad creatures with dark skin that gleams like polished clay. Each has 4 arms and a mane of fine white quills around the neck. Some push carts loaded with metal. Others carry baskets of mushrooms or lead long, slow animals with stone scales. Several stop when they see you. A bell rings near the settlement gate. The sound spreads rapidly. Doors close. Merchants cover their goods. Children disappear behind walls and railings. Elian lowers his knife. Friendly welcome. They may have reasons, Brother Kale says. A group of armed figures approaches from the gate. Their leader wears an apron made from linked copper plates and carries a hammer in each lower hand. The upper pair remain empty and visible. She stops several paces away. Her eyes move over your clothes, weapons, and packs. Surface walkers, she says. Her voice is low and rough, like stone grinding slowly against stone. Elian bows his head. Travelers, we seek shelter and information. You carry fire. Brother Kale's lantern flames shrink until they are barely visible. Sacred light, he says. Fire is fire. He closes the glass shutters around each lantern. The settlement leader looks at you. Her gaze settles upon your shield. All 4 of her hands tighten. The returning ward, You feel your companions looking at you. That is what you call this shield. That is what the stone calls it. She turns to the guards. 2 move forward. Elian steps between them and you. We mean no harm. You brought the returning ward to Hearthbridge. Harm has already seen you. The bells on the gate begin ringing without anyone touching them. Across the settlement, every orange lantern dims. The 4 armed figures look toward the chasm. Far below, something enormous moves through the glowing ash. The leader points both hammers at the town. Inside now, the guards surround you and hurry the party through the gate. Hearthbridge smells of hot iron, baked roots, and the mineral sharpness of the chasm. The streets are narrow, shaped to fit the settlement's 4 armed inhabitants. Doorways open at different heights. Workbenches extend from walls, and tool racks hang beneath balconies. No flames burn anywhere. Heat comes through metal pipes rising from below. Small stones placed in iron baskets glow red, warming homes and ovens without producing sparks. The leader guides you into a building near the central bridge. Its front room serves as both a meeting hall and a smithy. An anvil stands beneath a broad chimney, though the forge beside it is cold. She closes the door. You will remove the shield. You keep it on your arm. Why? Because the watcher beneath the bridge can feel it. What watcher? Her lower hands point toward the floor, the one that followed your kind into the hollow. Elian steps closer. His face has grown pale beneath the travel dust. We need a healer. The leader studies the blood soaking through his bandage. Her expression does not soften, but she sets both hammers down. Put him on the table. Brother Kale and Mara help Elian lie upon a wide stone workbench. The leader calls through an inner doorway. An elderly man enters carrying a bowl of clear liquid and several lengths of silver wire. He has only 3 arms. The scar where the 4th once joined his shoulder is smooth and old. The leader gestures toward him. My father, Tavan, he tends wounds. Tavan leans close to Elian's side and smells the bandage. Root poison, he says. Weak. Elian closes his eyes. That is encouraging. Weak poison, strong wound. Less encouraging. Tavan cuts away the bandage. The injury is deeper than Kale could see in the forest. Black lines spread from it beneath Elian's skin, branching across his ribs. Brother Kale places his lantern staff on the table. I slowed the corruption. You fed it light, Tavan replies. I used cleansing flame. Fire changes things. It does not always clean them. Kale's expression tightens, but he does not argue. The settlement leader turns to you. I am Warden Senka. You will tell me why the surface has sent the returning ward. The surface does not know what it sent. That is not an answer. You remove the shield slowly and place it against the wall. Its runes remain dark. My shield was forged in Asterfall. I have carried it for 11 years. Until this morning, I believed its runes came from a border ward used by the old royal guard. Senka touches one of the markings with the upper finger of her right hand. The rune glows. She pulls away. The same sign is carved beneath Hearthbridge, where, on the gate that keeps the Ash Walker sleeping, Mara rests against the workbench beside Elian. Does everything down here guard a gate? Senka looks at her. Everything down here is part of one. You show Senka the wooden leaf given to you by the first guardian. She takes it in 2 hands. Her white neck quills lower. The forest keeper has fallen. Corruption was killing it. We severed the roots beneath its temple and broke its seal. Yes, the admission fills the room. Tavan continues working without looking up. He threads silver wire through the edge of Elian's wound, tracing the spreading black lines. Whenever the wire touches one, a faint hiss rises from the skin. Senka returns the leaf. The lower roads have changed for months. Creatures that once remained in their own worlds climb through the floor gates. The dead walk in the abandoned tunnels. Stone mouths speak during sleep. She looks again at your shield. Now the returning ward enters from above. What is the Ash Walker, you ask? Senka gestures toward the wall. A faded mural stretches behind hanging tools. It depicts Hearthbridge when the settlement was new. The chasm is smaller, its river of ash no more than a narrow, glowing stream. 4 armed builders raise arches, while a giant stone figure carries blocks upon its back. The figure has no head. Instead, a tower rises from its shoulders. The keeper of this region, Senka says. It built the first bridges. When the prison trembled, it stood across the chasm and held the world together. In the next section of the mural, dark lines rise from beneath the ash. They wrap around the giant's legs. It began hearing a voice below. The voice promised to return its missing face. It tore down 3 settlements, searching for one that had never existed. The final image shows the creature chained beneath the central bridge. Our ancestors could not destroy it, Senka continues. They trapped it in the ash and bound its sleep to the great bell. Mara glances toward the settlement gate. The inscription said to pay the bellkeeper. Senka's eyes narrow. You read the causeway marker. Oren Vale left the warning, you say. Tavan stops working. Senka's lower right hand closes around the handle of one hammer. Oren, she says, the red-haired scholar, gray-haired. When he arrived, you step closer. He came here. He lived among us for a season. 7 years. Long enough for his hair to change. Where did he go? Down. Did he travel with others? They died. The word comes without ceremony. Tavan bends over Elian's wound again. Senka continues. His expedition reached Hearthbridge pursued by stone larvae. 2 died before the gate. Another carried corruption in his blood. Your scholar burned the body himself. Mara's usual quickness leaves her face. Was there a man named Dalen Quill? Senka considers the name. No. Mara looks away, but not before you see relief mixed with disappointment. Orin remained, Senka says. He studied the ash walker and the lower gates. He repaired our water lifts. He taught our children surface letters. Then one day, a statue spoke to him. What did it say? Faileth. The room becomes very quiet. Brother Kale turns from Elian. Senka watches you absorb the name. After that, Orin stopped sleeping. He covered his walls with drawings of your shield. He said someone would come carrying it, but they must not reach the 100th floor. You touch the leaf token at your chest. Did he say why? He said the one below cannot free itself. It must persuade its jailer to open the final door. And he believed I was the jailer. He believed you had been one before. Tavin pulls the final length of silver wire tight. Elian inhales sharply. The black lines beneath his skin begin drawing backward toward the wound. Brother Kale holds him still as Tavin pours clear liquid over the wire. A thin thread of smoke rises. What are you doing? Kale asks. Giving the poison an easier road than his heart. The blackness gathers beneath the silver. Tavin removes the wire in one quick motion and drops it into the bowl. The liquid turns red. Elian's body goes limp. Mara reaches for him. Tavin blocks her with his remaining upper arm. He sleeps. You could have warned us. He was tired. Mara stares at him. Tavin's mouth shifts slightly. It may be the beginning of a smile. A deep bell sounds beneath the settlement. The tools hanging from the walls tremble. Senka turns toward the door. That was not the keeper's hour. Another bell answers. Then a third. The floor tilts. A roar rises from the chasm. Outside, people begin shouting. Heavy chains snap one after another, each break sounding like distant thunder. Senka collects her hammers. The ash walker is waking. You lift your shield. One rune glows black. Its darkness spreads across the metal in thin branching lines. The voice beneath the dungeon speaks through it. You have found the second gate. You grip the shield's edge. Get out. The voice laughs softly. You always say that. An impact shakes the building. Stone splits beneath the workbench. Brother Kale catches Elian before he slides to the floor. Mara shoulders the captain's pack and pulls his arm around her neck. Outside, a section of the central bridge rises into the air. Not collapses, rises. A massive stone hand emerges from the glowing ash, wrapped in chains and burning with orange light between its joints. Its fingers close around an arch and tear it from the chasm wall. Homes sway on their supports. People flee across the narrow roads. The fox-like creatures from the pale grass gather outside the gate. Their shell bells ring wildly, though their bodies remain still. Senka leads you into the street. Take your wounded to the eastern shelter. Elian stirs against Mara's shoulder. No, you cannot stand, she tells him. I am standing. You are hanging. Another hand emerges from the chasm. The ash walker pulls itself upward. Its body is made from joined slabs of dark stone, each engraved with hundreds of names. Molten ash pours from the gaps between them. A broken tower rises from its shoulders where a head should be, its windows blazing like eyes. Chains run from its arms and chest to the pillars surrounding the settlement. One by one, they begin to break. Warden Senka looks toward the great bell hanging above the central bridge. Its rope has been cut. A lone figure stands beside it, small, wrapped in a red cloak. For one hopeful instant, you think of Oren's faded red hair. Then the figure raises its face. It is made of stone. The statue points toward you. Valith has returned, it calls. The ash walker turns its burning tower. Every window fixes upon your shield. It reaches for Hearthbridge. Senka crosses both pairs of arms. The keeper cannot be defeated by breaking its body. Every stone carries its anger. Destroy one, and another will take its place. The wooden guardian's final words return to you. Learn its sorrow. You search the mural painted across the outside wall. The builder carrying blocks. The tower without a face. The dark roots promising something it never possessed. It is searching for its face, you say. It has searched for generations, Senka replies. Where did it get the idea that one was taken from it? The voice beneath the ash. The ash walker tears another chain free. Brother Kale lowers a lian beside a stone railing and opens the shutters on his lanterns. Warm light spills into the smoky street. Mara studies the giant. How do we convince a mountain that it was lied to? You look at the names carved into its body. They are not random. Some repeat across different stones. Family names, place names, titles. A history. You recognize the oldest script from Oren's lessons. The words are not labels for the creature. They are messages to it. You raise the shield and allow the black rune to touch the mural. A vision strikes you. Stone hands lifting the first bridge into place. 4 armed children placing flowers between the creature's fingers. Builders carving their own names into its body, so it would never be without a face among them. The tower on its shoulders was not an injury. It was a bell house. The keeper's purpose was to carry the warning bell wherever the prison walls weakened. The vision changes. Dark roots enter the chasm. A voice whispers that the tower is an empty skull, that the names are scars, that the people fear the keeper because it has no face of its own. Centuries of lies repeated beneath the ash. You lower the shield. The bell is its face, you say. Senka looks toward the tower. No, the bell was placed after it fell. The first bell was inside the tower. It carried the warning through the dungeon. Your ancestors did not bind its sleep to the great bell. They tried to remind it what it was. The ash walker's hand descends toward a crowded bridge. You run. Your shield strikes the paving stone. Blue light spreads across the arch, forming a protective shell over the fleeing families. The giant's fingers crash against it. The cracked rune burns. Your arm buckles. Senka and 3 guards rush beneath the hand. Their hammers strike the black roots wrapped around its joints. But the vines withdraw into the stone before the blows connect. Ring the bell, you call. The rope is gone, Senka answers. Mara looks toward the great bell, then upward at the chains supporting it. I can reach it. The route requires crossing 2 unstable rooftops, climbing a hanging support, and leaping across open air above the chasm. Elian opens his eyes. No. Mara adjusts the knives at her waist. You have spent the entire expedition telling me not to wander off. I understand your objection. You cannot ring that bell alone. She glances at you. She won't have to. You release the shield's protection and run toward the nearest stairway. The Ash Walker's hand smashes through the bridge behind you. Stone falls into the glowing river. Mara climbs faster than anyone you have known. She reaches the first roof before you are halfway up the stairs, uses a chimney as a step, and catches the lowest support chain. You follow across a narrow balcony, while Brother Kale's lantern flames circle above, illuminating the path. Below, Senka and her guards hold the central bridge. Elian remains beside the railing, with one hand pressed to his wound. He picks up a fallen guard's crossbow, braces it against the stone, and fires at the roots climbing toward you. The bolt pins one to a support beam. Still hanging, Mara calls down. Still irritating, Elian answers. She smiles and continues upward. You reach the bell platform as the red-cloaked statue turns toward you. Its stone face is unfinished. Jailer, it says, you cannot return what was never given. It lunges. You catch its arms on your shield. Magic pours from its body, cold and heavy, trying to force the runes inward. You feel the black rune answering, welcoming it. You twist the shield away before the darkness can spread. Mara slides beneath the statue and drives both knives into the backs of its knees. The blades do little against stone, but they wedge between the joints. The statue falls. You strike its chest with the rim of the shield. A pulse of blue light throws it from the platform. It vanishes into the ash below. The great bell hangs before you. There is no rope, no clapper, only an empty bronze chamber, large enough to stand inside. Oren's warning, said to pay the bellkeeper. You reach into your pack and remove a silver coin bearing the face of Asterfall's king. Mara looks at it. You think the bell accepts money. No. You turn the coin over. The reverse bears the oldest symbol of the kingdom, a crown above a mountain. You place it against the bell. Nothing happens. The Ash Walker raises both hands. Senka shouts from below. The entire platform leans toward the chasm. Then Mara takes the copper coin she carried across her knuckles in Asterfall and places it beside yours. The metal hums. Tiny marks cover its surface. Names scratched so finely you did not notice them before. My brother gave it to me, she says. He found it in the hollow. The bell awakens, not from the coins themselves, from the names they carry. You press the rune-marked shield against the bronze. Mara places one hand beside it. Together you strike. The bell rings. The sound travels through Hearthbridge, through the ash, through the stones of the dungeon. The ash walker freezes. A second bell answers from inside the tower, upon its shoulders. One burning window goes dark, then another. The tower opens. Within it hangs a smaller bell, cracked but still whole. The names carved across the giant's body ignite. The ash walker lowers its hands. For a moment, all of Hearthbridge is silent. Then the keeper kneels beside the settlement it once built. Its stone fingers open. A hidden road is revealed beneath its palm, descending into the red glow of the chasm. The black roots begin withdrawing from its joints, but as they retreat, they tighten around the stones of its chest. The ash walker trembles. It is remembering itself. Something below does not want it to remember. The voice returns through your shield, no longer amused. You should have let it hate. You look down at the newly opened road. Far below, figures stand in the ash. Hundreds of them, monsters from the deeper floors, waiting for the keeper to fall. And at their center stands an old man with gray hair tied back by a strip of red cloth. For one breath, the years between his disappearance and this moment vanish. You see Master Orin as he was in the archive beneath Asterfall University, bent over a cracked bronze tablet while rain tapped against the windows. You remember the way he rubbed the bridge of his nose when frustrated, leaving a dark smear of ink there. You remember his voice correcting your translation from across the room without looking up. The man below has the same narrow shoulders, the same red cloth, the same habit of standing with one hand tucked behind his back. Orin, you whisper. Mara grips the edge of the bell platform. That is your scholar. Elian has dragged himself upright below. He follows your gaze into the chasm, but the drifting ash obscures the figures from his angle. Brother Kale's lantern flames gather close to his staff. Do not go to him, he says. The warning in Orin's recorded message returns to you. If you find me, do not trust me until I tell you what was hidden inside the red book. The old man lifts his head. Even at this distance, you know he is looking directly at you. He raises one hand. The monsters around him begin climbing. They come through the glowing ash in a slow, ordered procession. Broad creatures with iron shells pull themselves over the lower stones. Thin, pale things crawl along the walls on too many limbs. Armored bodies walk among them, roots twisting through their joints. None attacks another. Something has gathered them into an army. The ash walker turns toward the chasm. Its tower bell rings again. The sound carries no rage now. It is a warning. Hearthbridge answers. Senka shouts commands from the central bridge. 4 armed guards spread through the settlement, guiding families toward shelters carved into the far wall. Smiths overturn carts to form barricades. Chains are drawn tight across the narrow streets. The old man below does not move. The first monsters reach the hidden road beneath the ash walker's palm. You remove your shield from the bell. The single blackened rune has spread farther. Dark veins now touch the two runes beside it, though their centers remain blue. Mara sees them. That seems worse. It is. Can you stop it? Not while something is speaking through the shield. Then throw it away. You look at the army below. Without the shield, you would have no way to protect the bridge or weaken the magic moving through the creatures. Not yet. The ash walker shifts. The movement shakes the platform. You and Mara descend quickly, using the support chains, while Brother Kale's lanterns light the route. By the time you reach the central bridge, the first iron-shelled creature has climbed onto the keeper's wrist. Senka strikes it with both hammers. The upper blow cracks its shell. The lower sends it tumbling into the ash. Two more climb over it. Elian fires the crossbow from beside the barricade. His bolt enters the mouth of a pale, crawling creature and carries it backward into the chasm. You should be lying down, Mara says. I tried it. The view was poor. She takes the crossbow from him before he can reload. Then stand somewhere less dangerous. There is nowhere less dangerous. Choose somewhere farther from me. I am busy. The ash walker's stone hand begins to tremble. Black roots wind around its fingers, forcing them open and flattening the palm against the bridge. The hidden road broadens. More monsters climb. The keeper's tower bell rings in distress. You place your shield against the stone of its wrist. The black rune burns cold. A vision opens, but this time you resist it. You do not allow the shield to pull you fully inside. Instead, you hold to the bridge beneath your boots, the smoke in your lungs, and the voices of your companions around you. Through the metal, you feel two powers struggling within the keeper. The first is ancient and patient. It remembers lifting stones, carrying bells, and standing motionless while children carved names into its body. The second is a hunger rising through the roots. It has no shape of its own. It borrows anger. You push the shields, weakening magic through the stone. The black roots loosen. Strike them, you call. Senka and her guards bring down their hammers. The roots shatter like brittle glass. The ash walker closes its hand, sweeping half the climbing creatures from the road. They fall soundlessly into the glowing depths. The old man remains. He begins walking upward. The creatures part before him. Your heart pulls you toward the road before caution can take hold. Elian catches your cloak. His warning, he says. I remember. Then make him prove himself. Orin reaches the edge of the keeper's palm. He wears a dark traveling coat, repaired with patches of unfamiliar cloth. A leather case hangs from one shoulder, and a short iron rod rests in his right hand. He appears older than when he vanished, but not 7 years older. Far older. His skin is drawn tightly around his face. White streaks run through his gray hair. A thin scar crosses one eye, continuing beneath the red cloth at his temple. He stops beyond the barricade. For a moment, neither of you speaks. Then Orin looks at the shield. Still carrying it on the wrong arm, he says. The words strike deeper than any embrace could have. You taught yourself to fight with the shield on your left. Orin always insisted the oldest rune guards carried warding shields on the right, leaving the heart side open because protection, he claimed, was a promise made outward rather than inward. You disagreed every time, only he would begin a reunion with the argument. Your hand tightens around the grip. What was hidden inside the red book? Orin's expression changes. He glances at Mara, Elian, Brother Kale, and the gathered people of Hearthbridge. Then back to you. A pressed winter rose, he says. 2 stolen library notices. A letter from your mother that you pretended not to keep. Your breath catches, and my emergency reserve of cinnamon sweets, which you found and replaced with pebbles. Mara looks at you. That was cruel. He deserved it. Orin smiles. It is tired but real. The relief that passes through you nearly becomes weakness. You step forward. Elian does not release your cloak. Orin notices. Good, he says. Someone has taught you suspicion. You taught me suspicion. I taught you scholarship. Suspicion was a natural consequence. A roar rises behind him. The monsters still crowd the hidden road. The ash walker holds them back with one arm, while black roots continue crawling over its body. Senka raises both hammers. Your reunion can wait. Orin turns toward the chasm. No, it cannot. He strikes the iron rod against the stone. A ring of symbols flares around his feet. You recognize the pattern as a containment circle, but 3 of the marks are reversed. Instead of preventing something inside from escaping, the circle prevents outside magic from entering. The monsters nearest him recoil. The old man crosses the barricade. The moment he leaves the road, the symbols vanish. The army surges forward. Keeper, Orin shouts. The ash walker turns its tower toward him. Close the road. Let the next bell carry us down. The keeper hesitates. Orin places a hand against one of the glowing names on its wrist. You remember me. The tower bell rings once. The ash walker closes its fist. Stone folds over the hidden road. Monsters are crushed between its fingers or thrown into the ash. The entire arm withdraws from Hearthbridge, sealing the opening beneath layers of black rock. The old man's path into the settlement disappears. So does your way deeper. For several moments, no one moves. Then the ash walker kneels beside the chasm and lowers its tower until the cracked bell within hangs level with the central bridge. Orin faces Senka. Warden, you left without farewell, she says. I intended to return. You took 7 years, longer from where I was standing. Senka's neck quills rise. Speak clearly. The lower floors do not share one measure of time. On the 53rd, a night lasts nearly a month. Beneath the glass meridian, years can pass while the upper bells ring only once. Mara looks at his aged face. How long has it been for you? 28 years. The answer settles heavily over the bridge. You search his expression for the teacher you remember. He remains there in small ways, but nearly 3 decades have shaped themselves around him. You reached the 53rd floor, you ask. I reached the 86th. Even Brother Kale reacts. His floating flames draw closer. Then you know what is imprisoned below, he says. Orin looks toward the chasm. I know what it calls itself. What does it call itself? The sleeper beneath names. The black rune on your shield pulses. Orin sees it and steps back. How long has that been dark? Since Hearthbridge. Did you answer the voice? No. Did you accept anything from it? A memory, a weapon, a promise. It forced visions through the shield. That was not my question. You think of the ancient chamber. The 7 figures. Your hands belonging to another life. No. Orin studies you for another moment, then nods. Keep it that way. Senka approaches him. The Ash Walker is awake. The lower creatures are climbing. The forest keeper has fallen. Tell us what must be done. Orin looks at the new golden names glowing across the keeper's body. You reminded it of its purpose. That buys time, but not much. The prison has learned how to corrupt the guardians without killing them. If each keeper falls, the seals weaken. If the keepers survive while their corruption spreads, they become roads for the thing below. Alian leans against the barricade, pale but attentive. Then we cleanse the guardians, when possible, and when it is not. Orin's gaze shifts toward you. Then we choose which locks can safely break. Safely, Mara asks. There are 100. There were 100. No one speaks. Orin continues. Some floors share a single seal. Others contain false guardians meant to mislead intruders. The original prison was built in 7 great regions, each controlled by a primary keeper. The 100 floors are divisions within those regions, not 100 equal locks. You remember the dark glass beneath the first temple. 7 symbols. One went dark. The forest keeper held one of the 7 primary seals. Yes, and it is broken. Yes, the truth weighs more now that you understand its scale. Orin looks toward the Ash Walker. This one holds another. Senka's 4 hands close into fists. How do we save it? The keeper must descend to the original bell chamber beneath Hearthbridge. The corruption enters through a fracture there. Seal the fracture, and the roots lose their path. Senka points into the chasm. The chamber sank generations ago. It did not sink. The Ash Walker carried it down to keep the settlement from falling with it. The great stone figure turns slightly, as though listening. Orin touches the red cloth tied around his hair. I can guide the keeper, but someone must enter the chamber and restore the bell inscriptions. His eyes settle on you, an appraiser who can read the old ward script. Elian pushes away from the barricade. They will not go alone. You cannot go at all, Orin replies. Your wound will reopen before the first descent. I have had worse. No, you have survived worse. That does not make this wound smaller. Elian reaches for the crossbow. His hand misses. Mara catches him before he falls. Taven appears from the crowd and takes Elian's other arm. The poison left weakness behind, the healer says. He needs 3 days. We do not have 3 days, Elian says. You do. Elian looks at you. His anger is not directed at the wound. It is the anger of someone who believes responsibility can be maintained through stubbornness. You remove the expedition ledger from your pack and hold it out. You are still captain. He stares at the book. Then follow my order and remain here. You have not given one. You told us not to touch unknown objects, split the party, or follow strangers. Orin raises an eyebrow. Stranger, you have been gone 28 years, by your own measure. That is fair. You continue. We are going to violate at least 2 of those rules. Someone should remain behind to record why. Elian accepts the ledger. His jaw tightens. Return before I run out of reasonable objections. Mara slips the crossbow strap over her shoulder. That gives us very little time. The Ash Walker lowers one hand beside the bridge. Its palm opens. A spiral stair has formed across its fingers, descending toward the wrist. Orange light glows between the stones. Senka chooses 4 guards to accompany you, but Orin refuses. The bell chamber was designed for the jailers. Too many bodies will wake its defenses. Then I go, Senka says. Your people need their warden here, if the lower creatures find another road. Senka looks toward the families gathered along the far bridge. Reluctantly, she lowers her hammers. She gives one to you. It is shorter than it first appeared, balanced for use in a single hand. Runes cover its square head. My family forged that from the first chain broken by the Ash Walker, she says. It remembers the keeper before the corruption. You attach it to your belt. Brother Kale gathers his lanterns. Mara adjusts the crossbow and checks her knives. Orin steps onto the keeper's palm. You follow. The Ash Walker closes its fingers around the 4 of you. Not tightly enough to trap you, but enough to form a stone chamber. The world outside becomes a collection of narrow orange lines between its joints. Then the keeper lowers its hand into the chasm. Hearthbridge rises away above you. The glowing ash river approaches. Heat presses through the stone. Your clothes grow damp against your skin. The keeper's fingers pass beneath the surface, and orange light floods through every crack. The ash is not ash at all. It is a river of tiny burning fragments, pieces of stone made weightless by ancient magic. They flow around the Ash Walker's hand like sparks caught in water. Shapes move among them. Monsters reach for the keeper's fingers. But the names carved into its stone flare, driving them back. Mara watches through a narrow opening. I have decided I preferred the underwater tunnel. Orin glances at her. You must be Dalen's sister. She turns sharply. You knew him. Yes. Her hand closes around the crossbow stock. You told Senka you did not. I told Senka nothing about Dalen. He passed through Hearthbridge before I arrived. Where is he? Orin's face becomes careful. Below, alive. When I last saw him. When was that? 12 years ago for you. Perhaps 4 years for him. Mara steps closer. You left that out. I had no safe way to explain it on the bridge. You could have used words. Orin looks at the cracks glowing around you. Dalen serves the sleeper. The hand continues descending. Mara's expression empties. No, he reached the lower regions alone. By the time I found him, the voice had already given him memories that were not his own. You are lying. I wish I were. He would not serve some creature beneath a dungeon. He believed he was serving the kingdom. Orin's voice remains gentle, which seems to anger her more. The sleeper showed him visions of monsters reaching Asterfall. It told him the guardians were failing, and only the final door could restore the prison. Dalen has spent years guiding expeditions downward, believing every broken seal brings him closer to saving the surface. Mara points the crossbow at Orin's chest. Brother Kale moves between them. Lower it, he says. You have spoken 20 more words since we met, and those are the worst. The hand shakes. A dark root forces itself between the ash walker's fingers. It lashes toward your shield. You strike it with Senka's hammer. The rune-marked head flashes gold. The root snaps. Mara lowers the crossbow, though not because the argument is over. Where is my brother now? I do not know. You said you came from below. I escaped a procession moving upward. Dalen was not among them. What procession? Orin looks at you. The army you saw was not climbing to attack Hearthbridge. It was following me. Why? Because I stole this. He opens the leather case at his shoulder. Inside lies a book bound in white scales. Its cover moves faintly, expanding and contracting like the chest of a sleeping animal. A metal clasp holds it shut. 7 empty sockets run along the spine. Your shield hums. You recognize the workmanship before you understand how. A spell book, Brother Kale says. A key ledger, Orin replies. It contains the original designs of the prison, written by the 7 jailers. Vaileth, you say? One of them. Orin closes the case. The sleeper wants the ledger returned. The guardians want it destroyed. I have spent years doing neither. The ash walker's hand reaches the bottom of the chasm. Its fingers open. You stand before a city, buried beneath the glowing river. Stone towers lean at impossible angles, their upper floors broken away. Streets vanish beneath drifts of burning fragments. Bronze pipes run between buildings, carrying a deep vibration like a distant song. At the center of the ruins stands a bell chamber shaped like an enormous arch. Black roots cover it. The ash walker places its palm beside the nearest street. You step onto the buried city. Heat rises through the soles of your boots. Brother Kale opens his lantern shutters, but their flames turn dark red in the strange air. Orin leads you between collapsed buildings. The city was called Karad Sen, he says. The people of Hearthbridge lived here before the Keeper carried them upward. What destroyed it, you ask? The second sealing. You glance at him. What happened during the first? The prison failed. The old man keeps walking. Not completely. Enough for the sleeper's dreams to reach the surface. Kingdoms went to war over prophecies they believed were their own. Rulers woke speaking forgotten languages. Children drew the same door in cities separated by oceans. Brother Kale's lanterns tremble. The age of red dreams. You know it. The order teaches that it ended when 7 saints descended beneath Asterfall. Not saints, Orin says, jailers. And Valith was one. Yes, you pass beneath an arch covered in names. The black rune on your shield grows colder. Was Valith human? Once, am I Valith? Orin stops. Burning fragments drift around his boots. You are not the person who descended during the age of red dreams. The answer brings relief, but only briefly. Then why do the doors recognize me? Because Valith made certain the returning ward would seek a new bearer. He points toward your shield. That is not a copy of the ancient ward. It is the ward, reforged many times, divided, repaired, renamed, and eventually mistaken for a border relic. Every bearer leaves something within it. Memories, impressions, instincts, sometimes more. The visions were not a former life. They belonged to previous bearers. Why me? Orin resumes walking. I do not know. The honesty is more unsettling than an answer. Ahead, the bell chamber groans. Roots rise from the streets. They twist together into human-like forms, wearing fragments of armor and robes. Some carry broken spears. Others drag chains. At their center stands the red-cloaked statue you threw from the bell platform. A crack runs through its chest. It raises one unfinished hand toward Orin's leather case. Return the ledger. Orin draws the iron rod. Myra loads the crossbow. Brother Kale's lantern flames spread around the group. You raise your shield and draw Senka's hammer. Behind the roots, the sealed bell chamber waits. On its bronze doors, a message has been carved in Orin's handwriting. Valith must not read the 7th page. The statue points at you. The jailer has returned. Every root in the buried city rises. They tear through streets, burst from windows, and uncoil from the blackened roofs of leaning towers. Burning fragments spill from their surfaces like sparks from shaken branches. In moments, the road to the bell chamber disappears behind a moving wall of thorns and armored bodies. The red-cloaked statue lowers its hand. The attack begins. A root sweeps toward Orin's leather case. You intercept it with Senka's hammer. The rune-marked head strikes the vine with a sound like a temple gong. Golden light runs through the black fibers, exposing a pale core beneath the corruption. You bring the hammer down again. The root splits, recoils, and retreats beneath the burning drifts. Two armored figures rush you from either side. You turn the first sword with your shield. The second strikes the darkened rune. Cold magic pours up your arm. The buried city vanishes. For an instant, you stand in the circular chamber from your earlier visions. 7 jailers surround the stone cradle, but now their faces are visible. 6 are strangers. The 7th carries your shield. Valith wears a dark mantle over battered armor. Their hair has been cut close to the scalp, and deep lines surround eyes made weary by sleepless years. They are neither the glorious saint imagined by the order, nor the merciless jailer promised by the voice below. They look frightened. Something moves inside the stone cradle. Valith presses a blood-covered hand to the ward. The final seal must never depend upon obedience, they say. It must depend upon doubt. The vision breaks. A rusted sword slides toward your throat. You duck beneath it and strike the armored figure's knee with the hammer. The joint collapses. You drive your sword through the root beneath its breastplate, and the empty armor falls apart around your boots. Stay present, Orin shouts. He draws a symbol in the air with his iron rod. White lines remain where its tip passes. They form a narrow doorway between 2 approaching roots. Orin twists the rod, and the doorway snaps closed, severing both vines. Myra fires the crossbow. The bolt passes through the red cloak and enters the statue's cracked chest. Stone bursts from its back, but the creature remains standing. It grasps the shaft and pulls it free. You have always mistaken resistance for wisdom, it says to Orin, and you have always mistaken speaking slowly for intelligence. Orin draws another symbol. The statue crosses the distance between them with impossible speed. Brother Kale's lantern flames collide with its side. The impact turns the air white. The statue is driven through a broken wall and disappears beneath a fall of stone. Brother Kale turns toward Orin. The chamber. Orin looks across the root-filled city. The streets will not remain open long enough. You strike another vine from the shield. Then we do not use the streets. Mara follows your gaze upward. The buildings lean toward one another across the buried avenue. Bronze pipes connect their upper floors. Some remain intact, forming narrow bridges above the roots. You want to climb, she says. You seem happiest when the ground is trying to kill us. It gives me perspective. Orin points toward a tower with half its outer wall missing. That stair leads to the main pipe crossing. A wave of roots rushes along the road. You raise the shield. All All 6 blue runes flare. The blackened 7th remains dark, but the protective field spreads before you, catching the vines in a curved barrier. Their thorns scrape against the light. Red dust pours across it, searching for cracks. The weight grows quickly. Myra, you call. She runs first. Brother Kale follows, his lanterns sweeping fire across the lower roots to slow them. Orin backs toward the tower, while drawing one reversed ward after another in the air. You retreat last. The barrier bends inward. A thorn pushes through and catches the edge of your shoulder. Cold spreads beneath your skin, but the contact lasts only a moment. You strike the shield with the hammer. The protective field bursts outward. Roots fly across the street. You turn and run into the tower. The interior has collapsed around a spiral staircase. Several sections are missing, leaving long gaps above rooms filled with burning ash. Mara is already halfway up. She catches the edge of a broken step, pulls herself onto a narrow ledge, and lowers a rope. Brother Kale loops it around one arm and climbs. Orin looks at the rope. You first, you say. I am not too old to climb stairs. You are too valuable to leave beneath falling stone. That argument is dangerously close to respect. The tower shakes. A root breaks through the entrance. Orin grips the rope. You brace yourself and pull while he climbs. The old man moves more quickly than his age suggests, using cracks in the wall to avoid placing all his weight on the line. The root follows. It winds around the central column and rises toward you. The tip opens like a flower, revealing rows of small human teeth. You cut the rope. Once Orin reaches the ledge, the root snaps at empty air below. Mara stares down at it. I preferred the ones without mouths. The root begins climbing the wall. You hurry upward. The staircase ends in an exposed chamber high above the street. One side has fallen away, revealing the city beneath. Roots fill the avenues in a twisting black flood. The ash walkers' enormous legs stand beyond the ruins, their names glowing through the burning river. The keeper is fighting its own body. One hand grips the opposite wrist, preventing black roots from reaching the tower bell. Every movement causes buildings to collapse around its feet. The main pipe extends from your tower toward the bell chamber. It is round, green with age, and scarcely wide enough for both feet. Mara steps onto it. Orin catches her sleeve. The pipes still carry resonance. Heat. Sound. She taps the metal with one boot. A deep note rolls through the city. Every root below turns toward the tower. Wonderful, Mara says. You must cross without allowing the pipe to ring. She looks along its length. Bronze clamps hold it at uneven intervals. Several sections are dented or split. That would have been useful before I kicked it. Brother Kale closes the shutters on his lanterns. Move slowly. The 4 of you step onto the pipe. It trembles beneath your weight. Mara leads, placing her boots near the supporting clamps. Orin follows her path exactly. Brother Kale comes next, using his staff as a balancing pole. You remain last, shield raised toward the tower. The mouth-shaped root emerges through the upper chamber, its teeth close around the pipe. A booming note passes beneath your boots. Black roots rise from every street. Faster, Orin says. Mara abandons caution and runs. The pipe answers each footstep with low, rolling tones. The buried city becomes a vast instrument. Bells respond from ruined towers. Metal plates hum beneath the ash. Ancient mechanisms awaken in the walls. The roots do not merely hear the sound. They follow it. They climb toward the pipe from both sides. You run after Brother Kale as a vine loops over the crossing behind you. Another rises ahead, forcing Mara to leap over it. Orin ducks beneath its thorns and draws his iron rod across the surface. A white line appears in the root. It parts cleanly as he passes. The bell chamber is close. Its bronze roof rises from the buried city like the top of a great helmet. The pipe enters through an opening beneath the arch, but a section near the end has collapsed. A gap of nearly 12 feet separates you from the chamber ledge. Mara jumps. She lands hard, slips, and catches the bronze edge with both hands. Her legs swing over the burning street far below. Orin reaches the broken end of the pipe. You first, he tells Brother Kale. Kale does not argue. He plants his staff, runs 3 steps, and jumps. Mara pulls him onto the ledge. Orin looks back at you. Roots crawl across the pipe behind you. Give me the case, you say. No, you cannot jump with it. I crossed an ocean of teeth carrying this ledger. You complained that I carried my shield on the wrong arm. That is different. How? I was right. A root strikes the pipe. The metal dips. You extend your hand. Orin removes the leather strap from his shoulder and throws the case. You catch it against your shield. The white-scaled book moves inside, as though disturbed by the impact. Orin runs and leaps. His fingers reach the ledge, but fail to close around it. Mara catches his wrist. Brother Kale catches the red cloth tied around his hair. For one alarming moment, Orin hangs above the city, supported partly by his scalp. Not the cloth, he says through clenched teeth. It was available, Kale replies. They pull him up. The roots reach you. You cannot make the jump, while holding both the shield and Orin's case. The voice inside the black rune whispers, "Leave the ward." A simple solution. Too simple. You slide Senka's hammer through the strap of the leather case, securing it against the back of your shield. Then you run. The pipe rolls beneath your final step. You jump as it falls. The distance stretches. Your hands strike the ledge. The shield drags your left side downward. Mara reaches for you, but a black vine rises from beneath the chamber and coils around your ankle. Its thorns pierce your boot. The darkness inside your shield surges to meet it. A memory enters you, not a vision, a feeling. the certainty that you have hung here before, above another abyss, while 6 companions called your name. The certainty that one of them chose not to save you. Your grip weakens. The root pulls. Mara catches your forearm. Look at me. You try to focus on her face. The borrowed memory insists that she is someone else. A jailer standing above Valeth. A companion who will release your hand. Look at me, Mara repeats. I am not whoever it is showing you. You reach for the hammer, your fingers close around its handle. You strike the root coiled around your ankle. Gold light erupts. The vine releases you. Mara and Brother Kale drag you onto the ledge, while the pipe crashes into the burning ruins below. For several breaths, you lie against the bronze roof. Mara remains kneeling beside you, one hand still gripping your sleeve. What did you see? Someone letting Valeth fall. Was it me? No, but it tried to make you think it was. You nod. She releases your sleeve. Then it is learning what matters to you. Orin retrieves the leather case from the shield and checks the clasp. It does not create convincing lies from nothing, he says. It finds an existing fear and gives it a history. You sit up. Did Valeth fall? Orin's expression becomes distant. Yes. Did one of the other jailers let it happen? The ledger contradicts itself. You read it. I read the first 6 pages. And the 7th. Orin looks toward the inscription he carved on the chamber doors. Valith must not read the 7th page. No, the red-cloaked statue climbs over the edge behind him. Its arm strikes Orin across the back. He falls against the bronze doors. The leather case slides away. Mara draws a knife, but the statue seizes her wrist before she can use it. Brother Kale sends 2 lantern flames at its head. The creature turns, letting them strike its unfinished face. Stone melts. Beneath it is darkness, filled with red stars. The statue throws Mara into Brother Kale. You rise with the shield. It attacks before you are ready. Its stone fingers close around the rim. The black rune brightens. Darkness spreads from its hand into the surrounding markings. Return what you stole, the statue says. You drive Senka's hammer into its chest. The crack widens, but black roots pour through the opening and wrap around the hammer's head. The creature leans closer. You have descended before. No, you have sealed the door before. Valeth did. You carry every hand that held the ward. The shield grows heavier. Voices fill your thoughts. Dozens of rune guards, perhaps hundreds, leaving fragments within the metal. Fear before battles. Relief after surviving. Anger at companions. Grief at failures. The sensation of blood beneath the shield strap. The instinct to step between danger and anyone standing nearby. Among them waits Valeth, not a complete spirit, a pattern, a path worn deeply enough that another mind might follow it. The statue pushes harder. Open the 7th page. The leather case lies near the chamber ledge. Its clasp unlocks. The white-scaled cover rises. Orin crawls toward it. A root bursts through the floor and pins his coat to the bronze. Mara cuts herself free of Brother Kale's fallen staff and dives for the book. More roots surround her. The seventh socket along its spine begins glowing black. The book opens. 6 thick pages turn by themselves. The seventh is covered by a sheet of dark glass. Your name appears upon it. Not Valeth, your present name. The sight nearly breaks your concentration. The statue forces the shield toward your chest. You release the hammer. Instead of fighting its strength, you turn with it. Its hand slips across the shield. You step inside its reach and strike the cracked chest with the shield's metal boss. The creature staggers. You strike again. Blue light flashes through the 6 uncorrupted runes. The statue's chest caves inward. It grabs your shoulder and tries to pull you into the darkness inside its body. Brother Kale's staff strikes its arm. The glass lanterns have changed. Their flames are no longer red. Each burns with a soft silver light. Your shape is borrowed, Kale says. His voice carries through the chamber with unexpected force. Your words are borrowed. Your will is borrowed. He turns the staff. The lantern flames enter the statue through the cracks. Be empty. Light fills the creature. For an instant, figures appear within it. Dead adventurers, broken guardians, root-controlled bodies, and faces formed from memories stolen from others. Then the statue bursts apart. Stone scatters across the roof. The red cloak falls empty. The roots around the book loosen. Mara slams the cover shut. Orin reaches the case and fastens the clasp with shaking hands. You said the book could not open, she says. It could not. It just did. I noticed. The bronze beneath you groans. The doors to the bell chamber remain sealed. Black roots cover their edges, entering through cracks around the frame. Orin pushes himself upright. We need to restore the inscriptions before the roots reach the central bell. You examine his message across the doors. Why did you warn Valeth away from the 7th page if you believed Valeth was dead? I did not write it for Valeth. You wrote it for me. Yes. Why use that name? Because I knew the dungeon would. The answer does not satisfy you. But the chamber shakes again before you can press him. The ash walker's hand strikes the ground outside. A tower collapses. The keeper is losing its struggle. You approach the bronze doors. The original inscriptions are nearly hidden beneath black vines. You recognize the central pattern. A layered ceiling phrase written in 7 intersecting scripts. Damage has removed entire sections. We cannot recreate all of this, you say. We do not need to, Orin replies. The keeper remembers the bell. Restore enough of the sentence to remind it why the chamber exists. Mara examines the doors. What does the sentence say? You scrape soot from the upper line. Names endure when stone forgets. Brother Kale reveals another section with the heat of a lantern flame. Memory is given, you continue. so duty does not become obedience. Orin uncovers the lowest line. The final words have been deliberately chiseled away. You look at him. You did this 28 years ago. Why? Because the sentence ended with a command. What command? Orin remains silent. Outside, the keeper's bell rings once. The tone is weak. You place the shield against the doors. A vision opens through the bronze. The Ash Walker stands in the newly built city. Its tower is bright and unbroken. People crowd the streets around its feet, while 7 jailers carve the ceiling frays into the chamber. Valith stands apart. Another jailer, a woman wearing a crown of glass, writes the final line. When the last bell rings, open the road for Valith. You pull away. The chamber was meant to open a path for the ward bearer. Orin nods, directly to the final region. That would bypass most of the dungeon. Yes. Why? Because the prison's architects expected the seals to fail someday. The returning ward was meant to carry one jailer back to the final door. Mara looks at your shield and open it. Choose whether to open it. The distinction matters. The sleeper cannot free itself. It must persuade its jailer. You look at the damaged inscription. If we restore the final line, the Ash Walker will open the road, and the thing below will know exactly where you are, Orin says. It already knows. The road does more than descend through stone. It connects the ward directly to the prison's central design. Every remaining guardian will feel you. Brother Kale rests both hands on his staff. Some may help. Some are already corrupted, Orin replies. The bell rings again. A crack spreads across the chamber roof. You study the inscriptions. The command cannot remain as it was. Obedience allowed the prison to use the keeper, just as the sleeper now uses corrupted roots. The sentence itself contradicts the lesson carved above it. Memory is given, so duty does not become obedience. You draw your sword. Orin watches as you place its point against the damaged bronze. What are you doing? Restoring the meaning, not the command. You carve slowly. The metal resists until you touch the blade to your shield. Blue light travels along the edge, softening the bronze beneath it. Your hand follows the ancient script. When the last bell rings, the keeper shall choose the road. The new words ignite. Light spreads through the entire inscription. Black roots recoil from the doors. Brother Kale's lantern flames chase them into the cracks, while Mara cuts those remaining around the hinges. The bell chamber opens. Inside hangs no ordinary bell. A hollow sphere of bronze fills the chamber, suspended above a circular shaft. Openings cover its surface, each shaped like a different name symbol. Thousands of narrow chains connect it to the walls. At the sphere's center burns a black root. It has grown through the bronze and wrapped around a pale crystal clapper. The Ash Walker's heartbeat passes through it. Slow, uneven, you enter the chamber. The root senses the shield and lashes outward. You block it, but the black rune pulls toward the corruption like iron toward a magnet. Orin raises his rod. Do not let the ward touch the central vine. What happens if it does? The sleeper gains a path through both of you. Mara circles toward the chains. Then, how do we remove it? Orin looks around the chamber. The keeper must reject it. You said it can barely control its body. That is why we remind it. The names carved into the ash walkers, stones glow beyond the open chamber. You think of the bells, the children placing flowers into its hands, and the people of Hearthbridge who kept paying the bell keeper with coins marked by memory. You take Mara's copper coin from the pouch, where she placed it after the bridge. She watches you hold it up. That belongs to my brother. I know. You place it into one of the name-shaped openings in the bronze sphere. The chamber hums. Add a memory, you tell the others. Brother Kale removes one of the smallest lanterns from his staff. He opens its base and takes out a blackened wick. This burned in the first sanctuary entrusted to me, he says. He places it into another opening. Orin unties the red cloth from his hair. For a moment, he holds it between both hands. My wife wore this on the day I left the surface, he says. She told me not to make a home of the places I studied. You realize he has never mentioned a wife. He folds the cloth and places it inside the sphere. You search your own possessions. The expedition ledger is with Elian. Your sword and shield belong to duty, not memory. The wooden leaf carries Orin's message, but it came from the first guardian. Then your fingers find the small iron stylus inside your appraiser's kit. Orin gave it to you when you completed your first translation alone. One side is flattened for pressing paper into damaged carvings. The other is sharpened for cleaning dirt from narrow grooves. It has no magic. It has crossed no ancient battlefield. It matters because you remember who placed it in your hand. You add it to the bell. The sphere awakens. Each object strikes the inside of the bronze as it begins turning. The copper coin rings first. The wick follows with a faint tap. The red cloth brushes the inner surface. The stylus produces a clear, bright note. The sounds repeat. A rhythm forms. Across the buried city, the names upon the ash walker's body answer one after another. The black root around the crystal clapper tightens. The keeper trembles. You press Senka's hammer against the sphere. This was forged from your first broken chain, you say, though you do not know whether the ash walker understands spoken words. You are not the chain. You are not the anger placed inside you. You carried the warning before anyone ordered you to. The tower bell rings. The black root strikes at you. You raise the shield, but do not attack. Blue light catches the vine, holding it away from the central rune. Choose, you tell the keeper. The blackened rune whispers in the sleeper's voice. It will choose pain. You push against it. Then the choice is still its own. The keeper's hand closes around the bell chamber. Stone groans. For one terrible moment, you think it intends to crush everything inside. Then the Ashwalker tears open its own chest. The sound rolls through the buried city. Names split apart. Molten ash pours between broken slabs. Black roots stretch from its body toward the chamber, pulled taut as the keeper reaches inside itself, its fingers close around the corruption. The root wrapped around the crystal clapper jerks backward. You lower the shield and seize it with Senka's hammer. Brother Kale surrounds it with silver flame. Mara loops a chain around the vine and braces both boots against the sphere. Orin draws a reversed ward over the opening. Together you pull. The root comes free. It thrashes across the chamber floor, changing shape with every movement. A serpent, a human arm, a chain, a crying mouth. Orin's ward closes around it. Brother Kale's flames contract. You strike it with the hammer. The corruption shatters into red dust. The dust tries to rise. Mara grabs the empty red cloak left by the statue and throws it over the cloud. Brother Kale burns cloth and corruption together until only pale ash remains. The crystal clapper falls. It strikes the bronze sphere. The bell rings. The note carries beyond hearing. You feel it in the healed carvings in the shield, in the bones beneath your feet. It moves upward through Hearthbridge and into the glowing forest. It travels downward through flooded temples, frozen fields, crystal caves, ruined cities, and worlds you have not yet seen. 6 distant bells answer. One is faint. One is furious. One sounds as though it is ringing underwater. The final answer comes from so far below that the chamber fills with darkness before the sound reaches you. The Ashwalker rises. The broken stones of its chest draw together, leaving a deep scar across the names. The burning windows in its tower become warm gold. The keeper has survived. The second primary seal remains lit. The bronze sphere opens along a narrow seam. Your stylus, Kale's wick, Orin's red cloth, and Mara's copper coin slide into a shallow basin. You return each object to its owner. Mara closes her fingers around the coin. My brother placed this in the bell once, she says. You look at the fine names scratched across it. Perhaps then he knew what the Ashwalker was, or learned after passing Hearthbridge. The floor moves. The circular shaft beneath the bell expands. Stairs form within its walls, descending around a column of warm golden light. The keeper has chosen the road. Orin reties the red cloth around his hair. We can return to Hearthbridge first, he says. Rest, gather supplies, and decide whether to use this path. You look down the stairway. Images move inside the light. A city beneath dark water. A hall filled with sleeping knights, encased in ice. A desert where glass towers walk across the dunes. A field of red flowers surrounding a door marked with a crown of roots. Then the vision settles upon a vast underground lake. At its center stands a flooded temple. A woman waits upon its highest roof, wearing armor made from overlapping blue scales. A broken sword rests across her knees. She raises her face as though she can see you through the light. "Returning ward," she says. Water pours from her mouth. "Do not bring the ledger to the drowned god." The image vanishes. Mara looks at Orin's leather case. That sounds specific. Orin closes one hand over its clasp. The drowned region begins on the 19th floor. Our expedition was ordered to reach the 20th, you say. You are still concerned with royal orders. No, but someone on the surface may have known where they were sending us. The golden road continues downward. Behind you, the Ashwalker lifts the bell chamber in both hands. The buried city sinks away as the keeper begins carrying you toward Hearthbridge. For the first time since entering the hollow, the laughter beneath the stone is silent. In its place, you hear another sound, a soft scratching from inside the white-scaled ledger. 7 slow strokes, then a pause, then 7 more. Orin removes the white-scaled ledger from its leather case and holds it away from his body. The scratching stops. Mara watches the clasp. Is something inside? Words, Orin says. Words do not usually have claws. These do. The Ashwalker continues carrying the bell chamber upward through the glowing river. Burning fragments stream past the open doors, filling the bronze interior with shifting orange light. Each movement of the keeper's hands produces a low tremor beneath your boots. Orin places the case upon the floor. The 7th socket along the book's spine remains dark, but a thin mark has appeared across the white scales. It runs from the upper corner of the cover toward the clasp, narrow and fresh. Something has scratched it from within. Brother Kale kneels without touching the book. His silver lantern flames hover above it. There is no living spirit inside, he says. That is not reassuring, Mara replies. You hold your shield near the case. The 6 uncorrupted runes give no response. The blackened rune pulses once, then settles. A whisper reaches you through the metal. Read. You lower the shield. No. Orin looks at you sharply. The voice spoke. 1 word. Which? You tell him. He closes the leather case around the ledger and tightens both straps across it. The book cannot force itself open while the clasp is secured, he says. It opened before. It had help from the statue, from the sleeper, through your shield. Mara folds her arms. Then, perhaps the person carrying the shield and the person carrying the book should stand farther apart. Orin considers the suggestion. You are correct. Her eyebrows rise. Would anyone like to record this? The ledger is with Elian, you say. That is unfortunate. The Ashwalker lifts you through the surface of the glowing river. Hearthbridge appears above, its arches shining through the haze. The settlement crowds the central span. Guards line the railings, while children climb onto roofs for a better view. The keeper raises the bell chamber until its doors meet the bridge. Senka stands at the front of the gathering when she sees the golden light within the Ash Walker's tower. All four of her hands lower. The people around her begin to ring small bells. Some hang from bracelets. Others have been tied to staffs, belts, or the corners of woven shawls. The sound spreads across Hearthbridge in hundreds of bright, uneven notes. The Ash Walker places the chamber gently against the stone. You step onto the bridge. Senka looks first at you, then at the hammer hanging from your belt. The corruption removed. The keeper chose. Yes. She presses both upper hands against her heart. Behind her, Elian stands beside Tavan with the expedition ledger tucked under one arm. His coat is open, revealing fresh bandages around his ribs. He looks tired, irritated, and entirely unwilling to remain in bed. His attention passes over Mara and Brother Kale before stopping upon Orin. The old scholar emerges from the chamber last. Elian studies him in silence. You are Orin Vale, he says. Orin glances at the ledger. You have been writing in the margins. The original spacing was wasteful. It was precise. It was wasteful. Orin looks toward you. You found a captain who argues correctly for the wrong reasons. Elian hands you the expedition record. Beneath your final entry, he has added several pages describing the defense of Hearthbridge, the Ash Walker's awakening, the number of damaged homes, and the condition of every party member. Mara leans over your shoulder. You described me as disobedient. I described you as independently responsive to changing conditions. That is much better. The crowd parts as the Ash Walker lowers its great tower beside the bridge. Senka approaches the stone face of the bell house. She places one hand against a glowing name and speaks in the language of Hearthbridge. The keeper answers with a single deep note. Its massive body begins settling into the side of the chasm. Stone folds around its limbs until it resembles part of the settlement's foundation. The tower remains above the bridge, its golden windows overlooking the roads it once built. The chosen path waits inside the restored bell chamber. You can feel it even after the bronze doors close. A downward pull, a road remembering the shape of your shield. The people of Hearthbridge do not allow you to leave immediately. Tavan refuses to examine Elian's wound until he has inspected the thorn puncture in your ankle and the cut along your shoulder. He removes 2 fragments of black root from the leather of your boot, cleans both injuries with a liquid that smells strongly of stone dust, and covers them in a gray paste that hardens into a flexible shell. Brother Kale watches the treatment closely. You use powdered bell bronze, he says. Tavan nods. Metal that remembers sound encourages flesh to remember its proper shape. That is not how healing works. Tavan glances at Elian. He is alive. Brother Kale inclines his head. I will reconsider. The settlement's smiths take your shield to the cold forge. You remain beside it. The cracked rune cannot be repaired without changing the original pattern, and the blackened rune resists every tool brought near it. Senka does not attempt to remove either. Instead, she melts a piece of the Ash Walker's broken chain and forms a narrow band around the shield's rim. The new metal bears no symbols. It will not strengthen the ward, she explains. It will keep the shield whole if the runes disagree with one another. You test its balance. The shield has become slightly heavier, but the weight is evenly distributed. You expect them to disagree. They already do. That evening, Hearthbridge opens its central hall. Long stone tables fill the room. Heat rises from pipes beneath the floor, carrying the smell of roasted cave roots, salted mushrooms, and a thick grain stew flavored with something sweet and smoky. No one calls the gathering a celebration. Several homes were damaged. 2 guards were lost when the lower road opened, and their names are added to the Ash Walker stones before the meal begins. Yet the keeper survived. For people who have spent generations expecting its awakening to destroy them, survival is reason enough to gather. You sit between Elian and Mara. Brother Kale speaks quietly with Tavan about healing methods, though their conversation resembles a disagreement conducted with exceptional patience. Orin sits across from you. Without the leather case over his shoulder, he appears smaller, older. A shallow bowl of stew remains untouched before him. You said 28 years passed for you, you say. He turns the spoon between his fingers. Approximately. Did you return to the upper floors during that time? Twice. The roads would not carry me beyond the 31st. The Hollow knew I had taken the key ledger. Then how did you reach Hearthbridge now? The Ash Walkers, awakening, tore open roots that had been closed. Myra places her copper coin on the table. The names scratched into it catch the warm light. You saw Dalen below the 31st. Orin looks at the coin. Yes, tell me everything. The surrounding conversations continue, but the space around your table grows quiet. Orin does not offer false comfort. He was alive when I last saw him. Stronger than when he entered, though changed. He carried a sword made from the jaw of a lower guardian, and he had gathered followers from several floors. What kind of followers? Adventurers, exiles, creatures displaced when their worlds began failing. He was helping them. At first, Mara waits. Orin folds his hands. The sleeper rarely begins with lies. It shows people suffering that truly exists. It offers roads that genuinely save lives. By the time the cost becomes clear, turning back feels cruel. What cost? Dalen believed the primary guardians were draining the dungeon to preserve the prison. He began breaking minor seals so water, warmth, and magic could flow into dying settlements. That sounds like he helped them. He did. Orin's answer gives her no easy enemy. Each broken seal also widened the sleeper's reach. Dalen saw the danger, but by then thousands depended upon the changes. he had made. Closing the roads would have destroyed the communities he saved. Mara rolls the coin beneath one finger, so he kept going. Yes, would he recognize me? Oren takes too long to answer. He remembered you when I knew him. The wording hurts her. She picks up the coin and leaves the table. Elian begins to rise. You touch his arm. I'll go. You find Mara beyond the western gate, seated upon the causeway wall. Pale grass stretches into the distance beneath the drifting ash. The mouthless fox creatures gather near the road, their shell bells silent. Mara turns the copper coin between both hands. He gave me this the night before he left, she says. He told me he had won it from a card player. You believed him. No, Dalen could not win at cards. One of the gray foxes approaches and sits near her boots. She does not attempt to touch it. That should have told me he found it here, she continues. Perhaps he had already entered once, or someone brought it to the surface, or he lied to me. She looks toward the hidden staircase beyond the settlement. Do you think Oren came back as the same person who left? No. The answer surprises her. You sit beside her. Neither of you did, she says. You knew him for a day. I knew the person you expected. He appeared every time his name was mentioned. The fox raises its head toward you. Its 5 bells sway without ringing. Mara closes her fingers around the coin. If Dalen is serving the sleeper, I need you to promise something. What? Do not hide it from me, because you think the truth might make me unreliable. You think of the borrowed memory, the root used against you. Mara's hand catching yours above the buried city. The fear that she would release it. I promise. She nods once, and if he tries to kill us, let me speak to him before Elian gives a heroic order. That may be more difficult. Then distract Elian. The fox places one smooth forepaw upon her boot. Mara looks down. Slowly, she touches the shell growing across its shoulders. The bells ring. Their sound is so soft that it might have come from beneath the road. On the second morning, you return to the bell chamber. Elian arrives, carrying a new spear. The people of Hearthbridge forged it overnight from one of the Ash Walker's discarded chain links. The shaft is shorter than his former weapon, and dark enough to resemble charred wood, though it is made entirely from metal. A hook curves beneath the spearhead. Tavin walks behind him. He may travel, the healer says, if he avoids climbing, running, fighting, falling, lifting, twisting, and decisions. Elian tests the spear's balance. Very practical. Tavin points one remaining upper finger at him. If the black lines return, lie down. I understand. No, the healer understands. You obey. Brother Kale hides a smile behind one hand. Senka provides food for 10 days, coils of braided chain rope, and small stones that remain warm when wrapped in cloth. She also gives you a narrow bell made from black bronze. Ring it once if the chosen road begins changing around you, she says. The keeper may hear. And twice. Do not ring it twice. Myra opens her mouth. Senka turns away before she can ask. The 5 of you enter the bronze sphere. You stand with your shield against the central opening, while Orin places the white-scaled ledger on the opposite side of the chamber. The greatest distance the sphere allows lies between you. The chosen path glows beneath the bell. The sphere rings once. Hearthbridge disappears. Golden light carries you downward. The descent is not a fall. It feels more like walking through a memory of stairs. Your boots find steps that appear only when your weight reaches them. Around you, windows open briefly onto worlds within the hollow. A fungal aqueduct curves across a purple cavern. Small robed figures pole flat boats along channels of luminous water. A field of stone towers stands beneath constant rain, though every drop rises from the ground toward the ceiling. A ruined palace moves upon thousands of narrow legs, crossing a plain of white sand, while winged animals circle its highest balconies. The road does not enter these places. It touches their edges, allowing you to hear distant voices, smell unfamiliar cooking fires, and feel changes in temperature before carrying you onward. During the first day, you descend past 3 floor markers. During the second, you pass only 1. Time stretches unevenly along the chosen road. Sleep comes in short intervals at sheltered landings built into the golden passage. You wake sometimes after what feels like an hour to find that an entire day has passed according to Elian's travel clock. On another rest, the flame burns halfway down a candle, while the clock's hands barely move. By the 5th surface day, Elian's wound has closed enough for him to move without leaning on the new spear. By the 7th, Mara and Orin have developed a habit of arguing over every shortcut. She distrusts any path he calls efficient. He distrusts any path she calls interesting. Brother Kale begins teaching you how to sense the difference between a magical attack and a spirit entering the shield. The distinction is subtle. Magic presses against the runes. A spirit searches for a place among the memories. The black rune does both. At each landing, you inspect the white-scaled ledger. The scratches multiply. Some form circles around the 7 sockets. Others resemble fragments of letters. Orin records them on loose paper, but refuses to open the cover. On the 9th day, the golden road ends. The final step forms beneath your foot, then vanishes behind you. You stand upon a narrow platform, surrounded by dark water. No wall is visible. No ceiling. The surface extends in every direction, broken only by the upper stories of drowned buildings. Domes, bell towers, and stone roofs rise like islands beneath a sky made from rolling black clouds. Rain falls upward. Drops leap from the lake, pass around you, and disappear into the darkness above. Far away, a temple stands upon a cluster of white pillars. Its lower levels are completely submerged. Only the highest roof, and 2 broken towers remain above the water. A blue flame burns there. The woman from the vision waits beneath it. Her armor is formed from overlapping scales, the color of deep ocean water. Wet black hair hangs across one side of her face. The broken sword still rests across her knees, between the platform and the temple. Hundreds of small boats drift without passengers. Each is made from pale wood. Each contains a single burning candle. Orin looks at the nearest floor marker. 19. Elian opens the expedition ledger. We have reached the region named in the royal orders. Your orders mentioned structural changes, Mara says. They left out the upside-down rain. A bell rings beneath the water. Ripples spread across the lake. The candles in the empty boats go out one after another. The woman on the temple roof rises. Even across the distance, her voice reaches you clearly. Do not move. Brother Kale's lantern flames turn blue. Something vast passes beneath the platform. You feel its wake through the stone. The woman raises her broken sword and points toward Orin. Put down the key ledger. Orin does not move. The water around the platform begins rising without spilling over its edge. It forms a smooth wall, trapping the 5 of you inside a circle. The woman's mouth opens. Like water pours from between her lips as she speaks. The drowned god has already tasted 1 page. The leather case at Orin's shoulder jerks. Its clasp snaps open. The white-scaled ledger flies into the air. You reach for it. The black rune on your shield ignites, and every empty boat turns toward you. Hundreds of pale hulls pivot across the dark water without oars or hands. Their extinguished candles release thin trails of smoke that bend toward the platform. The rising rain hesitates above the lake, each drop suspended like a bead of glass. The white-scaled ledger hangs in the air between you and Orin. Its cover opens. 1 page turns, then another. Orin catches the leather case with both hands and pulls. But the book remains fixed above him, as though held by an invisible chain. Close it, the woman calls from the temple roof. I am attempting that, Orin answers. The wall of water surrounding the platform leans inward. Brother Kale drives the base of his staff against the stone. His lanterns spread into a ring around your party, their blue flames pressing against the water. Steam rises where the 2 forces meet. Elian braces his new spear across Orin's shoulders and hooks its curved lower blade through the strap of the case. Together, he says. They pull. The ledger does not move. A 3rd page turns. Dark writing crawls across its surface. The symbols twist before your eyes, changing from the oldest prison script into modern Asterfall letters. Open the ward. Your shield answers with a deep vibration. The empty boats begin drifting closer. Mara, you say, the clasp. She is already moving. She climbs onto Elian's spear shaft, balancing above the wet stone, and leaps toward the hovering book. Her fingers catch the edge of the leather case. The ledger snaps shut on her hand. Mara cries out. She hangs from the case, while the book rises another foot, lifting her above the platform. You seize her ankle. The black rune flares again. A line of darkness travels across the shield and into your arm. Your grip weakens as another borrowed memory forces itself into you. A hall beneath the earth. 6 jailers stand before Valeth. One holds a white-scaled book, open to the 7th page. You agreed to carry the choice, says the crowned woman. You did not agree to survive it. Valeth raises the returning ward. The vision breaks as Mara kicks the ledger's clasp with her free heel. It closes. The book drops. Elian catches Orin. Brother Kale catches the leather case. You pull Mara down onto the platform, and all 5 of you collapse together as the wall of water crashes inward. The lantern flames expand. A blue dome forms around the party. Water pounds against it from every side, turning the world beyond into shifting darkness. Empty boats strike the barrier and splinter. Their pale wood does not sink. Each broken piece becomes a small white fish that circles the dome with burning eyes. Mara sits up and looks at her trapped hand. The ledger's cover left 4 narrow cuts across her fingers. No blood emerges. Instead, black letters have appeared beneath her skin. Orin reaches for her. She draws a knife with her uninjured hand. Explain first. The book marked you. I gathered that. Brother Kale takes her wrist gently and examines the letters. They are moving. The marks crawl slowly toward her palm. Orin opens a pocket in his coat and removes a small vial of blue powder. Hold still. What is it? Ground null crystal. Will it hurt? Yes. Mara gives him her hand. At least you are learning honesty. He pours the powder over the cuts. The letters recoil. Mara's jaw tightens as pale smoke rises from her skin. Brother Kale cups one hand beneath hers, allowing his lantern light to pass through her palm. The markings gather into a single word. 7th. Then they vanish. The blue dome shudders. The vast shape beneath the platform circles again. Through the water, you glimpse a pale curve longer than the central bridge of Hearthbridge. It moves beneath the drowned buildings without disturbing them. Columns and roofs pass through its body as though it were made from mist. The woman on the temple roof remains visible in the distance. She lowers her broken sword. The surrounding water releases you. It falls back into the lake in a single sheet. The platform is dry, not merely drained. Dry enough that no water remains on your clothing, packs, or hair. Even the injuries in Mara's hand have lost their moisture, leaving the skin tight and pale around them. The empty boats drift back into place. Their candles relight. The woman points toward one of the vessels. Come before it circles again. No one moves immediately. Orin fastens the ledger's case with an additional chain. Elian studies the water between the platform and temple. Can we trust the boat? No, Orin says. Can we remain here? No. Mara flexes her marked hand. Efficient. The nearest boat touches the platform. It is barely large enough for 3 people. Yet, when you step inside, the hull widens beneath your feet. More seats unfold from the pale wood until the entire party fits. No oars appear. The candle at the bow leans toward the flooded temple. The boat begins moving. Brother Kale watches the lake beneath you. What is the drowned god? Orin keeps both hands on the ledger's case. The third primary keeper. Elian looks toward him. The woman said not to bring the ledger to it. She may be lying. She warned us before the book opened, Mara says. That does not prove her purpose. You trusted a speaking statue long enough to let it follow you through 80 floors. I did not trust it. You allowed it to remain near you. It was useful. So am I. Yet I notice you keep watching my hands. Orin stops, looking at her injured fingers. The boat passes the upper floor of a drowned home. Through an open window beneath the water, a family sits around a table. They do not move. Their clothing drifts gently. Bowls remain before them, filled with dark silt. Small silver fish swim through their hair. You turn away. Then one of the figures lifts its head. Its eyes open. The face belongs to gatekeeper Sira. You stand so quickly that the boat tilts. The image is gone. Only a stone statue sits inside the flooded room. What did you see? Elian asks. Sira. Orin looks into the water. The lake reflects people attached to unfinished choices. Is she dead? Not necessarily. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. The journey to the temple takes longer than the distance should allow. The pale boat passes the same broken tower 3 times, though you never turn. A cluster of white pillars appears first to your left, then beneath the water on your right. The candle never changes direction. After what feels like an hour, the drowned temple remains just as far away. Mara marks the boat's edge with a knife. Minutes later, the same cut passes beneath her fingers from the opposite side. We are circling, she says. The god is circling us, Orin replies. The pale shape beneath the lake appears again. This time, it travels beside the boat. An eye opens beneath the water. It is larger than the vessel. Its iris contains rings of submerged architecture, broken columns and domes turning around a black center. The eye looks at your shield. The rune band forged in Hearthbridge grows warm. The 6 blue markings brighten, but the 7th does not answer. The creature speaks without disturbing the surface. Veilith, the name enters through your ears rather than the ward. You feel it settle behind your eyes. The woman on the temple roof drives her broken sword into the stone. A sharp blue note passes across the lake. The eye closes. The boat surges forward. The temple rushes toward you. White pillars rise from the black water. Flights of submerged stairs become visible beneath the surface, descending into courtyards filled with swaying plants and rows of kneeling statues. The boat touches the highest roof. The woman waits beside the blue flame. Up close, you see that her armor is not made from scales. Each overlapping plate is a thin piece of blue glass containing a drop of water. Small shapes move inside some of them. Fish, shells, fragments of coral, and once, the silhouette of a human hand. Her face is pale. Narrow lines of silver metal run from the corners of her mouth toward her neck. Water no longer pours from her lips. She pulls the broken sword from the roof. Its blade ends a foot above the hilt, fractured into a row of uneven teeth. "Leave the book in the boat," she says. Orin steps onto the roof. It cannot remain unattended. It will not be unattended. The pale wood beneath the case moves. Thin fingers form from the boat's side and reach toward the ledger. Orin lifts it quickly. The boat collapses into a narrow canoe, dropping Elian, Mara, and Brother Kale onto the temple stones. You jump clear as the wooden hands grasp at your boots. The woman strikes the boat with her broken sword. Blue light flashes. The pale wood becomes ordinary again. It drifts away empty. "You brought the key within its reach," she says. Orin steadies the case. The drowned keeper cannot touch the ledger while the binding remains intact. The binding opened for less than a minute, long enough to taste the 7th page. The old scholar looks at you. What did you see when the shield ignited? You tell him about the 6 jailers, the crowned woman, and the words spoken to Valeth. The woman closes her eyes. "Elira," she says. "Who?" Mara asks. "The jailer with the glass crown, keeper of the 7th page." Orin's grip tightens around the case. "You know the original jailers." "I knew one." Water gathers between the silver lines at the corners of the woman's mouth. You look at the broken sword, the ancient armor, and the temple that appears to recognize her. "You were here during the first sealing." "No." The answer is too immediate. Mara notices. You sound like gatekeeper Sira. The woman studies her, then returns her attention to you. "My name is Neris. I served the former tidekeeper. I have guarded this roof through 3 changes of the lake." "How long is that?" Elian asks. "Long enough that your kingdom has used 4 names. Asterfall has carried its current name for more than 900 years. Orin steps closer. "You are one of the undrowned." Neris's mouth hardens. Mara looks between them. "That sounds unpleasant." "The temple priests bound their lives to the lake," Orin explains. "They do not age, while the tidekeeper remains asleep." "It does not sleep," Neris says. "It dreams with its eyes open." A deep movement passes through the water. Every candle boat turns away from the temple. Neris points her broken sword at the leather case. The key ledger was made from the first skin the drowned keeper shed after the sealing. It recognizes the book as part of itself. The white scales move beneath the leather. You remember the cover, expanding like a sleeping chest. It is alive, Brother Kale says, not as you understand life. The book remembers being a body. Mara looks at Orin. You knew this. I knew the material came from a guardian, which appears to be another way of saying no. Neris walks toward the blue flame. A circular map has been carved into the roof around it. Rings represent the lake, its drowned settlements, and a deep trench beneath the temple. 7 narrow channels extend from the center. 2 are filled with golden light. 5 are dark. The forest keeper's seal is broken, she says. The bell keeper's holds. The tide keeper is awake enough to dream, but not enough to choose. You called it a god, you say. That is what the drowned call anything too large to understand. What does it want? The same thing it has wanted since its corruption began. To remember the surface. Neris kneels beside the map. Before the prison, the tide keeper was a creature of the open sea. It carried islands upon its back and followed the moon across waters without shores. There are no seas beneath Asterfall, Elian says. There were no kingdoms when it first swam. Neris touches the innermost ring. When the 7 jailers built the hollow, they drew it into the 19th world and bound the drowned region to its dreams. Its memories became the lake. Every street beneath us was once a place it visited. You look over the roof's edge. The drowned homes, towers, and statues are not ruins built by inhabitants of the dungeon. They are memories given stone and water. The sleeper is corrupting those memories, Neris continues. It has convinced the keeper that the surface was stolen from it, that every door broken below will raise the sea and carry it home. Orin looks toward the dark water. How close is the corruption to the primary seal? It reached the temple heart 6 cycles ago. Why has the seal not broken? Neris turns the broken sword in her hand. Because I cut away each memory before the corruption can use it. The submerged city shifts. A tower in the distance dissolves into water. Its stones lose shape and sink without sound. You are destroying its memories, you say. I am starving the roots. And the keeper, Neris meets your eyes. Yes, the pale shape beneath the temple moves. The entire roof rises several inches and settles again. The tide keeper no longer remembers the moon, Neris says. It has forgotten the sound of waves against living shores. It remembers only loss, because loss is what remains when everything else is cut away. The wooden guardian's advice returns. Learn its sorrow. The ash walker had searched for a face it never lost. The tide keeper is searching for a world that no longer exists. How do we cleanse it, you ask? Neris looks at the ledger. We do not. Orin's expression sharpens. There is a fracture in the temple heart. There is a mouth in the temple heart. You told me the corruption entered through a fracture when I came here before. That was 21 of your years ago. Mara raises one hand. Which may be how many of ours? 4 months, Orin says. Neris continues. The roots have changed. They no longer merely carry the sleeper's will. They speak with its memory. What memory? Brother Kale asks. Valeth S. The black rune on your shield pulses. Neris points her sword toward you. The Tide Keeper believes you were the jailer who trapped it here. Was Valeth responsible? All 7 were responsible, but it remembers only one. The sleeper has given it a face for its sorrow. Yours. A bell rings below the temple. The map's dark channels fill with black water. Neris rises. It knows the returning ward has reached the roof. The lake begins to drain. Water rushes away from the temple in every direction. Drowned buildings emerge, covered in silver plants and nets of black roots. Streets appear between them. Statues kneel upon plazas that have not touched air in centuries. The Tide Keeper rises with the falling water. Its back forms the floor of the world. What you thought was a lake bed curves upward across the horizon. Pale ridges become the edges of vast scales. The flooded temple stands upon a shell larger than Asterfall itself. At the far end of the exposed city, a head lifts from the depths. It resembles no creature of the modern sea. Long fins unfold around a narrow skull. White antlers rise above 6 eyes, each containing a different drowned city. Chains emerge from its throat and vanish into the black trench beneath the temple. The keeper's voice passes through every stone. Ward bearer. Alian plants his spear. Mara draws both knives, despite the impossible size of the being before you. Brother Kale opens his lanterns. Orin removes the white-scaled book from its case. Neris strikes his wrist with the flat of her broken sword. The ledger falls onto the temple roof. Do not open it. We need the original ceiling design. The keeper can read through its skin. The book trembles between them. The Tide Keeper's 6 eyes fix upon you. Images flood the air around the temple. A moonlit sea appears above the exposed city. Waves hang in the sky. Islands drift among them upside down. For one moment, you smell salt and cold wind. Then the vision darkens. 7 figures stand upon a shore. Valeth raises the returning ward. The Tide Keeper swims toward them. It comes willingly. The image changes. Chains close around its neck. The sea disappears. The creature falls into darkness, while the jailers watch from above. Its sorrow enters you with the force of deep water. The open horizon, the moon's path across the sea, the weightless silence beneath a storm, then confinement, stone overhead, dreams turned into walls. You understand why the sleeper's promise is powerful. It does not offer the guardian freedom alone. It offers the return of everything taken. The black rune expands. Darkness covers half the shield. Orin shouts your present name. You can barely hear him. The Tide Keeper lowers its vast head toward the temple. Open the road. You see the final door beneath the 100th floor. You see the imprisoned creature beyond it, curled inside a chamber without light. It appears small, Wounded, alone, the vision insists that opening the door will end the guardian's pain. The forest keeper will grow again. The ash walker will carry its bell beneath a true sky. The tide keeper will return to the sea. Your hand rises toward the shield. The seventh rune waits beneath your fingers. Neris steps in front of you. Water pours from her mouth and strikes the ward. The vision breaks. You fall to one knee. The tide keeper roars. The exposed city shakes. Buildings collapse. Black roots surge through the streets toward the temple. Neris stands over you, water streaming down her armor. That is why the shield must not touch the ledger. Orin snatches up the white-scaled book. A root erupts beneath him. Mara tackles him aside. The vine catches the ledger instead. Black thorns wrap around the case. The book opens to the first page. The tide keeper screams. Its voice is filled with recognition. Orin reaches for the cover, but the root lifts the ledger high above the roof. Pages turn rapidly. First, second, third, the 7 sockets along the spine begin filling with black light. The 7th page cannot open, Orin says. Neris stares at the book. It already has. The ledger stops. A sheet of dark glass rises from its center. Words appear upon it. Not your name this time. Mara's. She looks up. Across the exposed city, a lone figure walks between the ruined buildings. He carries a sword shaped from the jaw of a monstrous creature. A copper coin hangs from a cord around his neck. Mara takes one step toward the roof's edge. Dalen. The man raises his face. He looks older than she does, but the resemblance is unmistakable. He smiles. Then he drives his jaw blade into one of the chains, binding the tide keeper. The chain breaks. Its upper half whips across the exposed city, tearing through a row of drowned towers before falling against the tide keeper's shell. The lower half vanishes into the trench beneath the temple. A sound passes through the world. It is neither a bell nor a roar. It resembles the deep groaning of winter ice when a lake begins to split, only vast enough to shake every roof and pillar around you. The map carved into the temple floods with black light. One of the 5 dark channels turns red. Nera staggers. A crack appears across one of the blue glass plates covering her chest. The drop of water inside escapes, rises into the air, and becomes a tiny silver fish that swims away through the rain. The anchor chain, she says. He broke the western anchor. Across the ruined city, Dalen pulls his jaw blade from the severed metal. Mara stands motionless at the temple's edge. Her brother looks older than she remembers him. His hair has grown long enough to tie behind his neck, and a line of pale scars crosses one side of his face. Layers of leather and dark scales cover his body. Small objects hang from his belt. Monster teeth, pieces of crystal, keys, and tokens from settlements scattered throughout the lower floors. He does not resemble a prisoner. He resembles someone. who has survived long enough to become part of the place that trapped him. The dark glass page rises above the open ledger. Mara's name remains written across it. Beneath the name, new words appear. She will choose blood. Mara looks away from the page. Do not read it, you say. I already did. It wants to decide what you will do before you do it. Her gaze remains fixed on Dalen. It has had 12 years to study him. The Tide Keeper raises its head. The remaining chains pull tight around its throat. The exposed city tilts as the creature shifts beneath it. Water rushes through the streets, pouring from broken windows and temple courtyards. Dalen begins walking toward the next anchor. Dalen, Mara shouts. Her voice crosses the city. He stops. For a moment, nothing moves except the upward rain. Then Dalen turns toward the temple. His expression changes when he sees her. The jaw blade lowers. Myra. She laughs once, but the sound breaks in the middle. You remember me. Dalen takes a step toward her. How are you here? I walked. You should not have come. That was never an instruction. I followed well. His eyes move over the party. They pause on Orin, harden at the sight of the ledger, and finally settle upon your shield. Recognition becomes fear. Get away from the ward bearer, he says. Mara's face closes. There it is. Dalen raises both hands. Listen to me. The shield is the last key. The dungeon has been leading it downward since the entrance opened. The sleeper told you that. The people below told me. Entire cities are dying because the jailers sealed the worlds too tightly. Rivers are drying. Heat is failing. Creatures are trapped in places that can no longer sustain them. Orin steps toward the roof's edge, and breaking the primary seals gives the sleeper access to those cities. It also gives them water. You know the cost. I know the cost of doing nothing. The Tide Keeper's nearest eye turns toward Dalen. Inside its iris, a moonlit coastline rotates around the black pupil. Dalen points his sword toward the chain beneath it. When the Tide Keeper rises, the drowned waters will flow through the lower aqueducts. 9 settlements survive. And how many fall when the seal breaks? Neris asks. Dalen looks up at her. You are still cutting away its memories. I am preventing corruption. You are hollowing it until obedience is the only thing left. Neris tightens her grip on the broken sword. I have kept this region alive for centuries. You have kept it unchanged. The white-scaled ledger turns another page. Orin throws his coat over it, but the dark glass remains visible through the cloth. Black roots spread along the roof toward the book. Brother Kale sends his lantern flames across them. Silver fire burns the vines back, though more rise from cracks around the temple. We cannot hold this place while you argue, Elian says. He drives his hooked spear into a root and pulls it away from the ledger. The Tide Keeper opens all 6 eyes. The exposed city changes. A warm ocean spreads across the sky. Sunlight passes through the suspended waves. covering the ruins in rippling gold. The scent of salt and flowering trees replaces the cold mineral air. Dalen lifts his face toward the vision. You feel it, he says. It remembers home. Neris's broken blade glows blue. It remembers what the sleeper shows it. She cuts through the air. The ocean sky splits. For an instant, darkness appears behind it. Then the vision separates into thousands of falling droplets. The Tidekeeper recoils. One of its vast fins strikes the city. The shock throws you from your feet. The ledger slides toward the roof's edge. Orin catches the case. A root wraps around his wrist and pulls him with it. Elian hooks Orin's coat with the curve of his spear. Mara catches the ledger. Its white scales pulse beneath her hands. Mara, release it, Orin says. The root has you. Release the book. The black letters return beneath the cuts in her fingers. They race up her arm. You grab the ledger with your shield hand. The metal band around its rim touches the white cover. The world turns black. You stand upon a shore beneath a starless sky. Valeth stands beside you, carrying the returning ward. The Tidekeeper swims in the open sea before them. Moonlight glows across its antlers. Elira, the crowned jailer, holds the white-scaled ledger. It will remember every coast it has touched, Elira says. The prison requires a world large enough to hold its dreams. Valeth looks toward the Keeper, and when it understands what we have done, it must never understand. The memory changes. Chains close around the Tidekeeper. The sea becomes a cavern. The creature's first cry shakes islands from its back. Valeth raises the ward, but does not protect the other jailers. The shield turns toward the chained guardian instead. Blue light surrounds its head. For one moment, the Tidekeeper sees Valeth clearly, not as an attacker, as the only jailer who looked back. The vision tears apart. You return to the temple roof, with both hands pressed against the ledger. The Tidekeeper's 6 eyes focus upon you. Its voice fills the exposed city. You remember. The black rune spreads until darkness covers nearly the entire shield. You pull the ward away from the book. Mara tears the ledger from the root and throws it toward Orin. He catches it against his chest, while Elian cuts him free. The dark glass page remains above the book. Mara's name disappears. A new sentence replaces it. The ward has opened its eye. The shield's darkened surface changes. A narrow pupil appears within the 7th rune. It looks toward the Tidekeeper. Something speaks through your mouth. I remember the sea. The voice is yours, and not yours. Brother Kale turns immediately. His staff strikes the front of the shield. Silver flame spreads across the runes. Pain travels through your arm, sharp enough to clear your thoughts. You are here, Kale says. You force your fingers open and let the shield fall onto the roof. The eye closes. Darkness remains across the 7th rune, but the other 6 return to blue. Dalen begins running toward the temple. Do not let the priest burn the ward. Myra draws the crossbow from her back. She aims at him. Dalen stops. The distance between them is too great for a reliable shot. Yet neither seems willing to test it. You disappear for 12 years, Mara says, and the first thing you do is shout orders. I am trying to keep you alive. You were meant to come home. Dalen's face tightens. I tried. Once. Every road upward closed after the 31st floor. I found passages, bribed guides, fought guardians, and crossed half the hollow searching for another route. You could have left messages. I did. Where? Dalen touches the copper coin hanging from his neck. Mara looks down at her own. The fine names carved into both coins begin glowing. These are paired, she says. I rang mine at every settlement with a memory bell. I thought yours might answer. It never did. Then the upper roads were already sealed. Mara lowers the crossbow slightly. Dalen looks toward the broken anchor chain. I did not stop searching because I forgot you. You stopped because people needed you. Yes, the answer hurts more than a lie would have. Black roots erupt around him. They do not attack. They form a path. Dalen steps onto it and is carried over the exposed city toward the temple. Neris raises her broken sword. Do not let him reach the roof. Mara points the crossbow toward Neris instead. You have cut away enough. Alian moves between them. No one fires until we understand what breaking that chain changed. The Tide Keeper answers. Its nearest eye closes. The city inside the iris disappears. Across the ruined world, water bursts from wells, streets, and temple fountains. It rises in twisting columns, filling the upward rain with dark streams. The western side of the exposed city begins sinking. The broken anchor releases the first memory current, Neris says. When all 6 chains fail, the keeper will rise completely. How long, you ask? Minutes, hours. It depends upon how strongly it resists. The white-scaled ledger scratches inside its case. Orin looks between the map and the Tide Keeper. The primary seal is not attached equally to all 6 chains. One is the true anchor. The others control the memory currents. Neris turns toward him. How do you know? The original design showed 6 chains around a 7th line. You said you never read the 7th page. The 6th page contained the guardian structures. Then which chain holds the seal? Orin looks at the map. The golden channels shift as black water fills them. 5 lead toward the visible chains. The 6th runs beneath the temple. The chain in the trench, he says. The one binding the keeper's throat to the darkness below. Dalen reaches the temple steps as the route path rises from the street. He jumps onto the roof. Mara's crossbow follows him. He stops several paces away. Up close, the years in his face become clearer. A scar divides his right eyebrow. His hands are covered in thin black lines, similar to the poison that entered Alian's wound. Though these do not spread, Dalen sees the marks on Mara's fingers. The ledger touched you. It bit me. You must leave the drowned region before it writes a choice into you. The book wrote my name because it knew you were here. It does not know, it predicts. Orin keeps the chained case behind him. You sound certain. I have seen 3 people read their names on the 7th page. Everyone believed the book revealed a destiny. It only gave them a role they were frightened to refuse. You look at Dalen. Did it show you yours? Yes. What did it say? He looks toward the Tide Keeper. That I would betray the surface to save the hollow. Did you? Not yet. Mara gives a strained laugh. Comforting. The temple lurches. The root path beneath Dalen breaks apart. From the exposed streets, creatures begin emerging from flooded doorways. They resemble people formed from clear water, their bodies filled with fragments of buildings, plants, and fish. The drowned. They climb toward the roof. Neris faces them. They are memories the keeper can no longer contain. The first reaches the temple's upper stair. Its face changes from an elderly man to a child, then to a woman wearing a crown of shells. It stretches one hand toward Neris. She swings the broken sword. You catch her wrist. Wait. The water figure stops before you. A small island rotates inside its chest. It looks at the shield lying on the roof. Vailith, it whispers. The others repeat the name, not with anger, with recognition. You release Neris. These are not servants of the corruption. They will become servants if the roots reach them, she says. Then we reach them first. Dalen studies you carefully. The keeper remembers Vailith as the one who looked back. You think of the vision. Why? Because Vailith promised to return the sea. Orin closes his eyes. You turn toward him. You knew. I suspected. From what? The 6th page described a mercy clause. One jailer was permitted to restore any guardian that remained innocent of the prison's failure. Vailith, yes. Did they ever return? No. The drowned figures continue gathering. Their voices overlap. You promised. The sky road, the moon path, open water. The Tide Keeper lowers its head until one vast eye fills the horizon. Inside it, Vailith stands upon the ancient shore. The memory is clearer now. Vailith touches the Keeper's antler. If the sleeper is sealed and your will remains your own, I will return before the 7th bell and open a road to the sea. The Tide Keeper enters the hollow willingly. Trusting them, the scene changes. 6 bells ring. Vailith never returns. The 7th bell is silent. The memory ends. The sorrow that remains is not simply imprisonment. It is abandonment. Neris looks at the kneeling water figures. The 7th bell has not rung. The Ash Walker's bell carried through 6 regions, Orin says. The keeper may believe the next is the promised signal. Dalen points toward the white-scaled ledger. The original road can be opened. And break the seal, Elian asks. Not if the keeper chooses to return after touching the sea. Neris steps toward Dalen. It will never return. You have spent centuries teaching it that this world contains nothing except loss. I have spent centuries preventing it from drowning every floor above us. Dalen's jaw tightens. Because you never gave it another choice. The black roots arrive. They surge from the streets, piercing the water figures. Clear bodies turn dark one after another. Their voices become screams. Brother Kale raises his staff. Silver lantern flames scatter across the temple stairs. They enter the corrupted memories and separate black roots from water without burning either. There are too many, he says. You retrieve your shield. The dark eye does not reopen. You feel the keeper's sorrow pressing against the runes. But now, you recognize it as pain rather than command. Can the Bell Road reach a real sea? You ask Orin. Perhaps. The prison once connected to places far beyond Asterfall. Most roads collapsed when the surface kingdoms changed. Dalen removes the paired coin from his neck. The memory bells do not need a road that still exists. They need someone who remembers the destination. No one here remembers the ancient sea, Neris says. The Tide Keeper does. The realization moves through the group. Orin looks toward the Guardian. A road built entirely from its memory would be unstable, but possible, you say. For a few moments, Alian studies the chains, and if it refuses to return, the primary seal breaks, Orin says. The drowned region rises through every open floor gate. Neris raises her sword. Then we cannot risk it. The Tide Keeper's eye fixes on her. For the first time, the ancient priestess looks afraid. Not of death, of being wrong after centuries spent making the same choice. You step toward her. You cannot keep cutting its memories forever. I can, until nothing remains for the roots to use. Nothing would remain for the Guardian either. That is preferable to releasing what lies below. To you, the words strike her harder than accusation. You hold out the shield. The ward can weaken the prison magic long enough to separate its will from the sleeper's influence. Kale can burn the corruption. Orin can rebuild the road. Dalen knows the memory bells. Alian plants his spear beside the map. Mara and I hold the temple. Mara looks at her brother. I have not agreed to trust him. You do not need to, Alian says. You need to know where he will stand. Dalen places his coin in the center of the map, beside the western bell. Mara slowly sets her matching coin beside it. The two pieces of copper ring. A line of warm light runs between them. The drowned figures turn toward the sound. You look at Neris. We are not asking you to trust the Keeper blindly. What are you asking? Give it back the memory you cut away. Neris looks across the ruined city. One by one, she touches the blue glass plates in her armor. Each contains a preserved fragment, a school of bright fish, a coral arch, moonlight across waves, the sound of a distant storm. She has not destroyed the Tide Keeper's memories. She has carried them. Her mouth opens. Water flows across her lips. I could never destroy them, she says. Only remove them from its reach. She draws the broken sword across the clasps of her armor. The blue plates fall onto the temple roof. Hundreds of memories surround your feet. The Tide Keeper's 6 eyes widen. Black roots rush toward them. Elian and Mara move together. His spear hooks the first vine and drags it aside. Her knives cut the exposed core. Dalen joins them with the jaw blade, splitting a root thick enough to crush a house. Brother Kale plants his staff among the fallen plates. His lanterns form a circle of silver fire. Orin places the chained ledger at its center. Neris holds the broken sword above the book. The blade was forged from the first memory I cut away, she says. It can open the road. What memory, you ask? She looks upward at the false ocean, fading across the cavern sky. The moon. The Tide Keeper roars. The exposed world floods with light. You raise the returning ward and step into its gaze. The Tide Keeper's 6 eyes surround you. Each contains a different memory of the sea. Moonlit water rolls through one. A storm turns beneath another. In the third, islands covered in flowering trees drift across a horizon without land. The memories press against your shield. The 7th rune opens like an eye. This time, you do not turn away. You let the Guardian see you clearly. The sorrow enters first. Centuries of confinement gather behind your ribs until breathing becomes difficult. You feel chains around a neck vast enough to carry islands. You feel the absence of tides, stars, salt wind, and the moon's silver road. Beneath that grief waits the sleeper's influence. It is quieter than the Guardian. Patient, it has wrapped itself around every painful memory and whispered the same promise for generations. Open the prison, and everything taken from you will return. The voice speaks through the black rune. You cannot offer what no longer exists. You tighten your hold upon the shield. No, you answer, but I can offer the choice you were denied. The Tide Keeper's nearest eye narrows. Behind you, Neris lowers the broken sword toward the white-scaled ledger. The blade's jagged tip touches the cover. Every blue glass memory plate, scattered across the temple roof, begins to shine. Dalen and Elian hold the western stair, while Mara moves between them, cutting smaller roots before they can wrap around their ankles. The siblings fight differently, but you can see the shared habits between them. Both shift their weight before an attack. Both hide exhaustion behind unnecessary remarks. A root as thick as a tower rises from the ruined city. Dalen plants his jaw blade against his shoulder. Left, he calls. Mara does not ask who's left. She runs along the root as it strikes the roof, uses one of its thorns as a step, and drives both knives into the pale core, exposed by Dalen's downward blow. Elian hooks the severed vine with his spear and pulls it away from the memory plates. Brother Kale's lanterns turn silver white. Their flames spread through the Guardian's gaze, illuminating strands of corruption woven through the visions. They do not burn the memories themselves. They burn only the small distortions attached to them. A storm becomes a massacre. Kale removes the blood and leaves the rain. An island becomes a cage. He burns away the bars and leaves the trees. Valeth becomes a smiling betrayer. Silver flame strips away the smile. What remains is a weary jailer looking back. The tide keeper sees it. Its vast body becomes still beneath the exposed city. Neris presses the moonblade deeper into the ledger. The white scales split. A beam of pale light rises from the book and passes through the false ocean above. Darkness peels open across the cavern ceiling. Beyond it waits a real sky. Only a narrow circle is visible, no wider than the temple roof, but the night beyond is clear. Stars shine above rolling clouds. The moon hangs low and bright. Cold salt wind descends through the opening. It touches your face. Mara stops fighting long enough to look upward. Oren's expression changes. After decades beneath the ground, the sight of the sky appears almost painful. The tide keeper releases a sound so soft that the stones tremble without breaking. The moon's light reaches its antlers. Black roots tear themselves from the guardian's scales. They rise in twisting masses, trying to close the opening. Brother Kale sends his lanterns after them. Neris lifts the moonblade higher, widening the road. Now, Oren says, the ward must release the guardian from the prison boundary. You understand the pattern, hidden within the shield. The runes were never designed only to block magic. A ward establishes where danger ends and safety begins. It draws a boundary and gives that boundary meaning. For centuries, the prison's boundary has defined the tide keeper as part of the dungeon. You turn the shield toward the guardian. One by one, you press your fingers against the 6 blue runes. Protection, restraint, reflection, weakening, memory, return. The 7th remains dark. Choice, you speak the guardian's place within the ward. You are not the prison. Blue light leaves the shield. It spreads across the tide keeper's body, tracing the edges of every scale, fin, antler, and chain. The final anchor beneath the temple pulls tight. The entire drowned region begins to shake. Neris looks toward the trench. If it crosses the road, the seal may interpret its departure as death. Oren kneels beside the ledger, reading symbols moving beneath the split cover. Then someone must remain connected to the anchor. Neris lifts her broken sword. I will. You may not survive, Brother Kale says. I stopped aging when I bound myself to the lake. I stopped living much earlier. The tide keeper turns one eye toward her. Neris looks into it. For centuries, she has cut away its memories, carried them against her own body, and accepted its hatred because she believed hatred was safer than hope. She removes the final blue plate from her armor. Inside it rests a single drop of moonlit water. The first memory, she says, the night it entered the hollow She presses the glass against her chest. It sinks beneath her skin. The silver lines extending from her mouth brighten. Chains of blue water spread from her feet across the temple roof and descend into the trench. The primary seal steadies. You will have one turning of the moon road, she tells the guardian. Then choose where you belong. The tide keeper rises. The exposed city slides from its shell, but the buildings do not fall. They dissolve into water and enter the six eyes one after another. Towers, homes, gardens, bridges, and every kneeling statue return to memory. The temple remains. It is no longer built upon the keeper's back. It hangs above the trench, supported by Neris's chains of blue water. The tide keeper climbs into the sky. Its antlers pass through the opening first. Fins unfold beneath the stars. Its long body follows, shedding black roots into the ruined world below. The moment its head enters the real night, the creature stops. You feel fear pass through the shield. Not fear of returning, fear that the sea will not remember it. Then the salt wind grows stronger. A distant wave breaks. The tide keeper follows the sound. It disappears through the moon road. The opening remains. Through it, you glimpse the guardian descending toward a dark ocean beneath the stars. Its body touches the water. The sea rises to meet it. Waves sweep across its scales. Moonlight gathers along its back. The tide keeper dives, and for several heartbeats, the only sign of it is a line of white foam stretching toward the horizon. Then it breaches. Its cry crosses the impossible distance between the surface and the 19th floor. The drowned figures gathered upon the temple stairs become clear. The blackness leaves their bodies. They lift their faces toward the sky and dissolve into rain. The white-scaled ledger slams shut. The remaining roots collapse. Silence spreads across the exposed region. Myra lowers her knives. Dalen remains beside her, breathing heavily. Neither looks at the other. The moon road begins shrinking. Neris's watery chains tighten around the temple. The tide keeper turns in the distant sea. For one terrible moment, it continues swimming toward the horizon. The primary seal flickers. Orin watches the map. Come back, he whispers. The guardian slows. It raises its head toward the moon. Then it looks through the closing road at Neris. The ancient priestess stands alone at the edge of the temple. You were never my jailer, the tide keeper says. Its voice reaches you as the sound of water moving across stones. Neris closes her eyes. No, you were my memory. The guardian dives. The sea folds around it. A vast shadow passes beneath the moon road and enters the hollow. The tide keeper returns not as a prisoner dragged by chains, but as a current of blue light. It pours through the opening around the temple and into the trench. The ruined world floods in seconds. Clean water rises through the streets where the memory city once stood. The guardian settles beneath the lake. Its shell becomes the floor again, but no black roots cover it. The 6 anchor chains release its throat. Only a single blue line connects it to the primary seal, and that line runs through Neris. The map upon the temple roof ignites. 3 of the 7 great symbols now shine. The forest keeper's remains dark. The bellkeeper and tidekeeper burn gold. Neris's armor has changed. The empty places where the glass plates once rested are filled with living water, flowing around her without falling. Her broken sword is whole. The blade appears to be made from moonlight beneath a thin layer of ice. Dalen looks toward the restored guardian. You could have done this centuries ago. Neris faces him. No, I could not have trusted it centuries ago. You did not trust it now. I trusted them. She looks toward you. The words bring no triumph, only responsibility. The chosen road opens beneath the temple flame. It does not descend as a staircase. A river flows downward through the roof, passing through stone without breaking it. Images move beneath its surface. Crystal caverns, frozen walls, forests of red leaves, and cities built upon the backs of sleeping creatures. Orin examines the glowing map. The tidekeeper has joined its road to the bellkeeper's path. How far? Elian asks. To the boundary of the 4th primary region. The floor, 42, perhaps 43. Dalen wipes black residue from his jaw blade. I can take you farther. Mara finally looks at him. You are coming with us. I know the lower settlements and the routes between the remaining guardians. You also broke an anchor chain to force a choice that should have been offered long ago. You did not know the guardian would return. No, the answer hangs between them. Dalen does not excuse it. I believed releasing the water was worth the danger, he says. I may have been wrong. Mara's grip tightens around one knife. You left me with a coin and became a prophet for a creature under the world. I never served the sleeper. You carried out its plans. So have you. She steps toward him. Elian moves, but you catch his arm. Dalen continues. You broke the forest seal. You brought the ledger to the tidekeeper. The sleeper uses every choice, including the ones made against it. Mara's anger remains, but the words reach her. Dalen removes the paired copper coin from his neck. He holds it out. I cannot give back the years. She looks at the coin, but does not take it. Keep it, she says. You may need to remember who you are. The downward river carries you through the next worlds. Dalen joins the party, though he walks apart during the first days. Mara speaks to him only when danger requires it. Orin watches him with the caution of someone who has seen conviction become a chain. The hollow changes as you descend. The 43rd floor is a cavern of singing crystal. Clear pillars grow from a black plain, each holding the last words of an adventurer who died nearby. You spend 2 days crossing without allowing the pillars to learn your voices. When crystal moths swarm around Elian, you use the shield to weaken their song, while Mara and Dalen bring down a suspended bridge together. On the 47th floor, you enter a city built within the rib cage of a buried giant. Its inhabitants trade food and medicine for stories of the surface. You give them the account of the Tide Keeper's return to the sea. In exchange, they show Orin a hidden page copied from the key ledger centuries earlier. The page contains one sentence: the seventh jailer is not beneath the final floor. Orin reads it 3 times. He does not explain immediately. On the 52nd floor, you find a field of red flowers beneath a sealed door marked with a crown of roots. The warning in the expedition ledger returns to you. Do not open doors marked with a crown of roots. You camp outside it for 1 night. During the darkest hour, someone knocks from the other side. A woman's voice speaks your present name, then Orin S., then Dalen's. Finally, it speaks with gatekeeper Syrah's voice. I kept my promise, it says. Now keep yours. You do not open the door. By morning, the flowers have turned toward the lower road. Weeks pass unevenly. Some days last only an hour. One night on the 53rd floor stretches across nearly 12 surface days. The journey becomes visible upon all of you. Alian's wound heals into a dark scar. His new spear gathers scratches from creatures and ruins across 3 regions. Brother Kale loses 2 lanterns defending a settlement from dream-born wolves. He replaces them with blue flames given by the Tide Keeper, and his healing light becomes gentler afterward. Mara and Dalen begin speaking in short pieces. An argument over a climbing route becomes a memory of childhood rooftops. A disagreement about supplies becomes the story of the day Dalen taught her to pick a lock, and then blamed the missing pantry key on a neighbor's cat. They do not repair 12 years in a single conversation. They begin. The 4th primary keeper waits on the 61st floor. It is not a beast. It is an abandoned city walking across a desert of glass upon thousands of stone legs. The guardian is the city itself. Corruption has convinced it that its inhabitants remain inside, though every house has stood empty for centuries. You do not defeat it by force. You enter its central archive, while the others hold back glass creatures born from its footsteps. There, you use your training as an appraiser to prove that the names recorded in its homes belong to people who escaped long ago. The city stops walking. Its doors open. Wind passes through empty streets, and the guardian finally allows itself to rest. The 4th seal remains whole. The 5th keeper lies beneath the frozen battlefield of the 74th floor. An army of knights has fought the same final hour for generations, each death returning them to the beginning of the battle. Their commander guards the primary seal inside a fortress of ice. Dalen wants to break the battlefield's time mechanism. Orin warns that doing so may erase everyone trapped within it. Mara finds another path. She steals the commander's battle standard before the hour begins. Without the standard, the army cannot charge. For the first time in centuries, The soldiers stand still long enough to remember they are dead. Brother Kale guides their spirits from the ice, while you and Elian defend him from the corrupted commander. When the commander's sword strikes your shield, the dark rune tries to absorb the repeating hour. You refuse it. Elian hooks the commander's arm with his spear. Dalen breaks the ice beneath its feet. Mara returns the stolen standard only after the spirit inside the armor chooses to release it. The fifth seal turns gold. On the 86th floor, Orin stops. You stand before a narrow stone bridge, crossing a void filled with slow-moving stars. "This is where I stole the ledger," he says. At the center of the bridge waits an empty pedestal. Beyond it stands a wall covered with 7 carved figures. 6 are jailers. The 7th space contains a mirror. You approach it. The glass reflects your companions. Elian upright and watchful. Mara beside Dalen, close enough that their shoulders nearly touch. Brother Kale, surrounded by blue and silver flames. Neris is absent, far above with the Tidekeeper. Orin stands behind you, holding the white-scaled ledger. Your own reflection does not appear. Instead, Valith looks out from the mirror. The ancient jailer raises the returning ward. The voice comes from the glass. At last, Orin closes his eyes. The 7th jailer is not beneath the final floor, you say. No, he answers. You look at Valith's reflection. The 7th jailer is inside the shield. The dark rune opens. Valith presses one hand against the other side of the mirror. Not inside, they say, waiting. The white-scaled ledger begins scratching. 7 strokes. A pause. 7 more. The mirror shows a door far below, sealed by 6 chains of light and 1 chain of darkness. Beyond it, something stirs. Valith looks directly at you. The final guardian will ask you to defeat me. Are you the final guardian? I am the final lock. Orin steps beside you. What is on the 7th page? Valith's expression becomes filled with the same fear you saw in the first clear vision. The true name of the sleeper. Why must I not read it, you ask? Because names are doors. The mirror darkens. Valith's final words remain after the reflection disappears. And the sleeper has been wearing yours. The stone bridge begins extending through the void. Far ahead, beneath the slow-moving stars, the 100th floor opens like a black eye. For the first time, the entrance behind you does not close. It waits, offering a final chance to turn back. No one takes it. The bridge carries you through the void. Stars drift beneath its stones, slow and immense. Some glow blue. Others burn with a tired red light. When you look too long, you begin to see shapes moving around them. Towers, forests, seas, and fragments of worlds that may have existed before the hollow swallowed their memory. No wind crosses the bridge. Even so, Orin's red cloth stirs behind him. The white-scaled ledger remains bound inside its case. The scratching has stopped, but the silence feels deliberate. You carry the returning ward on your left arm, as you always have. The dark rune remains open, a narrow black eye watching the path ahead. Valeth does not speak again. The bridge reaches a stone gate, floating alone among the stars. A floor marker beside it reads 87. Beyond the gate, the hollow no longer pretends that its worlds are separate. The remaining floors have begun collapsing into one another. A frozen forest grows through the streets of an underground city. Crystal towers rise from flooded courtyards. Red flowers bloom upon the armor of fallen knights. Streams run upward along staircases and disappear into ceilings filled with desert sunlight. Creatures from distant regions travel the same broken roads. Some flee upward, others descend with purpose. Not all attack. A caravan of masked merchants passes you on the 89th floor, carrying jars of captured rain. They lower their heads when they see the shield. A group of stone-skinned children follows behind them, riding upon the shell of a gentle beast whose feet leave small patches of grass in the snow. On the 91st floor, you find an abandoned camp belonging to royal explorers. The canvas has rotted, but the Asterfall crest remains visible upon several crates. Inside one tent lies a map of the lower hollow. Most of it is wrong. The final floor has been drawn as a treasure chamber filled with crowns, jewels, and weapons. Someone has written beneath it in newer ink. The king was told what he needed to dream. Elian studies the sentence. The expedition order came directly from the palace. The king dreamed of a door opening beneath his bed, Mara says. Dalen turns toward her. The sleeper has reached the surface before. Through dreams, Brother Kale says. Orin kneels beside the map. The entrance did not begin closing because we broke the first seal. It was already closing when we arrived. You think our expedition was meant to enter, Elian says. I think someone in Asterfall wanted the returning ward inside the hollow before the seals failed. The open eye mark appears on the tent pole. Orin's symbol. You look at him. He touches the carving with 2 fingers. I did not make this. The lines are nearly perfect. Too perfect. Something has learned his mark. You leave without disturbing the rest of the camp. On the 93rd floor, the road leads through a settlement built inside a sleeping animal of impossible size. Its heartbeat shakes lamps hanging from the ceiling. The inhabitants speak in whispers, so they will not wake the creature whose body protects them. They have heard of you. A blind elder takes your shield between 4 trembling hands and calls it the last question. Why that name, you ask? Because every other lock was made to answer, she says. This one was made to refuse. Before you leave, she gives Mara a narrow silver key. Mara examines its teeth. What does it open? A promise. That is not how keys work. It is how the oldest ones work. The elder turns toward Dalen. You carried the hollow's suffering until it became permission. Dalen does not defend himself. She touches Brother Kale's lantern staff. You carried faith until it learned to listen. Then Alian's spear. You carried duty until it stopped being control. She faces Orin last. You carried knowledge until you feared every hand but your own. Orin lowers his gaze. When the elder reaches you, she does not touch the shield again. You carried other people's protection until you mistook it for your identity. The words remain with you after the settlement closes behind the road. The 95th floor is a battlefield that has not yet happened. Broken weapons cover the ground, though no bodies lie among them. Your own short sword rests in the mud beside a cracked shield. Alian finds his chain-forged spear broken beneath a black tree. Mara discovers one of her knives embedded in a stone hand. Brother Kale's empty lanterns hang from a branch. Dalen's jawblade lies across a red cloth. Orin does not search for what belongs to him. This floor shows possible remains, he says. Do not treat them as prophecy. Mara pulls her knife from the stone hand. It becomes rust in her fingers. Does anything below here enjoy being straightforward? No, Orin replies. A sound crosses the battlefield. Metal striking metal. From the fog ahead, 6 figures approach. They have your faces only when you look at them indirectly. Each carries one of your weapons. The figure holding the returning ward moves at the center. The copies do not attack until Alian raises his spear. Then his double charges. The creature imitates every movement he makes. When Alian thrusts, it thrusts. When he turns the blade, it matches the turn exactly. Their spearheads meet again and again, neither gaining ground. Mara's copy mirrors her knives. Dalen's matches the jawblade. Brother Kale's false. Lanterns burn black. Orin's double draws symbols with an iron rod made from bone. The shield-bearing figure waits for you. You do not raise the ward. It remains still. They repeat the first action, you say. Mara parries a mirrored strike. Useful observation. Change partners. Alian understands first. He turns from his copy and hooks Mara's double by the ankle. The creature tries to mimic Mara's knife, stance, instead of defending against the spear. It falls. Mara rolls beneath Dalen's false blade and cuts the straps holding its armor. Dalen breaks Orin's double before it can finish drawing a ward. Brother Kale turns his lanterns upon Alian's copy, filling the hollow armor with silver fire. The figures cannot adapt quickly enough when faced with someone else's skills. Only the shield bearer remains. It waits for you to act. You lower your sword. Then you walk past it. The creature turns, but it cannot follow without copying a choice you have not made. Mara approaches from behind and slips the silver key into a narrow opening beneath its shoulder. A lock clicks. The mirrored body opens. There is no creature inside, only a dark cloak folded around a small glass crown. Orin stops you before you touch it. Elira S. The crown is cracked through the center. 7 points rise from its band. The one has been broken away. A message appears in the glass. The first 6 jailers built a prison. The 7th built a way to end IT. The battlefield dissolves. Fog becomes white stone. Broken weapons become a staircase, descending through a circular shaft. The 96th, 97th, and 98th markers pass along the wall as you walk. No worlds wait behind them, only sealed doors. Each bears the symbol of a primary guardian. The forest tree, the walking bell, the antlered wave, the resting city, the lowered battle standard. 2 final symbols remain unfamiliar. One resembles an open hand filled with stars. The other is a closed eye beneath a crown. The door marked with the star-filled hand has been broken from the other side. Warm air flows through it. Beyond lies the 99th floor. A quiet valley stretches beneath a dawn sky. Grass moves in a gentle breeze. Small white houses stand along a winding river. Smoke rises from chimneys. In the distance, fields climb toward green hills beneath the walls of Asterfall. For several heartbeats, you believe the chosen road has returned you to the surface. Then you notice the silence. No birds sing. No insects move among the flowers. The river makes no sound. A woman stands upon the road ahead. Gatekeeper Sira wears her dark blue cloak. The iron keys remain at her belt. Her white hair is longer than it was when you entered, hanging loose around her shoulders. Orin stops. Sira. She looks at him with an expression that contains 28 years of grief. You took longer than you promised. I know. You always know after it matters. He begins walking toward her. You catch his sleeve. The shield's runes have not reacted. That does not mean she is real. Sira notices your caution. I told you a rune guard must decide whether caution or curiosity serves best. What did you promise Orin, you ask? To place the returning ward where the hollow could recognize it. Alian's spear lowers slightly. You arranged the expedition. I advised the king's dream interpreters. I ensured your name appeared among the candidates. You sent me here. Yes. Why? Because the entrance was failing. The lower creatures had begun finding roads upward. The ward had to return before the prison opened without a jailer present. Mara looks across the silent valley. Where are we? The final guardian's dream. Sira turns toward the distant walls of Asterfall. The 6th primary keeper once guarded the boundary between the hollow and the surface. When corruption reached it, it chose to sleep rather than become a road for the sleeper. The sleeping kingdom, Brother Kale says. Not the kingdom above, its memory. The valley shivers. For one instant, the green hills become the curved fingers of an enormous stone hand filled with stars. Then the illusion settles again. The 6th keeper dreams Asterfall as it existed before the prison. Sira continues. It has held the final approach, closed for 9 centuries. Why is the door broken, you ask? Because the keeper has begun waking. A bell rings from the distant city. Every house in the valley turns toward the sound. Doors rotate within their frames. Windows become dark eyes. Roofs rise and fall like breathing chests. Sira removes one iron key from her belt. The final guardian waits beneath the castle. It will not allow Valeth to reach the 100th floor. Valeth is inside the shield, Dalen says. Partly, then it will attack the ward bearer. Yes, Sira holds out the key. It must. You do not accept it yet. What is this? The key to the final promise. Mara removes the silver key given to her on the 93rd floor. The two are identical. Sira looks at it, surprised. The hollow provided another. It has been doing that, Mara says. The ground shakes. Across the valley, the walls of Asterfall split open. Something rises beneath the city. A hand formed from black stone lifts the royal citadel upon its palm. Stars turn within cracks across its skin. Its wrist disappears into the earth below the valley. The sixth keeper, the dream collapses around it. Grass becomes a field of closed eyes. The river rises into the sky and coils around the keeper's arm. Houses break apart into white birds that fly downward into the ground. The keeper turns its palm. The citadel slides toward you. Elian pulls you aside as towers strike the valley floor. Stone walls crumble. The royal throne room lands upright amid the ruins, its great doors facing your party. The sixth guardian's voice comes from the earth. Valith carries the end. Black-armored figures climb from beneath the fallen city. Each wears a crown over a closed helmet. They surround the throne room. The floor boss has been waiting within the dream. A knight steps through the doors. It stands twice Elian's height. Its armor reflects not the valley, but the 100 floors behind you. Glowing forests move across one shoulder. The ash walker's bells shine along its chest. Dark water flows down one arm. Frozen soldiers march across the blade of its enormous sword. A closed eye has been carved into its crown. The knight points the sword toward your shield. Destroy the returning ward. Valith speaks through the black rune. Destroy the guardian. Both demands arrive at once. You understand the trap. Defeating the guardian will break the sixth seal. Destroying the shield will remove the only thing capable of making the final choice. The crowned knight charges. Elian meets it first. His spear hooks beneath the guardian's sword, but the impact drives him to one knee. Dalen strikes the knight's side. The blade passes through an image of the crystal caverns and emerges covered in frost. The guardian turns. Its sword changes shape. The edge becomes the jaw of a monster, matching Dalen's weapon. It copies what strikes it. Same behavior as the battlefield figures, Mara calls. Not exactly, Orin replies. The guardian swings Dalen's own technique back at him. He blocks, but the mirrored jaw catches his shoulder and throws him across the ruined road. Brother Kale sends a blue flame toward the knight. It absorbs the light. Lanterns appear around its crown, burning the same blue. The guardian releases a healing pulse. Black-armored figures rise where they had fallen. It does not merely copy attacks, Kale says. It copies purpose. The crowned knight advances toward you. You raise the shield. It stops. The sword lowers. The guardian will not imitate the ward while you remain defensive. You step backward toward the throne room. Do not attack it directly. Mara circles behind the black-armored figures. That leaves limited options. Give it purposes that contradict one another. Elian understands. He plants his spear and lowers his weapon. Instead of attacking, he pulls Dalen to his feet. The guardian's mirrored jaw disappears. Its sword becomes a hooked spear, but rather than strike, it turns toward the nearest fallen knight and attempts to raise it. Brother Kale sends healing light into Elian's reopened wound. The crowned guardian copies him. Blue flame spreads through its own armor, revealing black roots hidden within the joints. Myra runs. She does not strike the exposed corruption. She steals the closed-eyed crown from the guardian's helmet. The silver key in her pocket begins to glow. The knight reaches for her, but Dalen steps into its path and throws down his jawblade. I surrender. The guardian copies the purpose. Its sword falls. Elian hooks the weapon and drags it away. Orin draws a reversed containment circle around the knight. It copies his desire to contain, turning its own roots inward. Brother Kale's flames enter the armor. The corruption begins to burn. The guardian falls to one knee. Mara brings the stolen crown to you. A keyhole lies beneath the broken seventh point. Sierra's iron key and Mara's silver key both fit. Two promises, Orin says. One made by the jailers, one made by the Hollow. Which do we use? Elian asks. The crowned guardian trembles inside the ward circle. Valeth speaks through your shield. The iron key opens the final road. The sleeper whispers beneath the floor. The silver key sets the guardian free. Sierra stands beyond the ruined throne room. Her expression gives nothing away. You look at the two keys, then at the final boss kneeling within its own coppet prison. The guardian's behavior has taught you what it is. Not an executioner, a mirror of purpose. It attacks because the ward approaches the final door, intending to make a choice. It copies the fear of everyone who comes before it. Destroy the ward, destroy the guardian, preserve the prison, end the prison. Contradicting purposes have torn it apart for centuries. You place both keys into the crown. Myra turns the silver one. You turn the iron. The locks resist each other. Together, you say. She nods. You turn again. The crown opens. Inside rests a small object wrapped in faded cloth. A child's wooden figure. It has 7 arms. Each holds a different symbol of the prison. The final arm is empty. Sierra releases a shaking breath. What is it, you ask? The first thing Valeth gave the boundary keeper. The guardian raises its head. You carry the wooden figure into Oren's reversed circle. The black roots recoil from it. A memory enters the room. Valeth stands before the sixth keeper when it is still a being of stars, held in the shape of an open hand. The jailer places the small figure upon its palm. You will guard the road, Valeth says, but you will not guard it from me. The keeper closes its fingers protectively around the gift. Then what do I guard it from? From the certainty that any one of us is right. The memory ends. You place the wooden figure inside the guardian's empty breastplate. Its armor closes around it. The black roots burn away. The crowned knight rises, not defeated, remembering. It lifts one hand and presses it against your shield. The 6 blue runes flare. The dark eye remains open. The ward bearer may pass, the guardian says. Its crown turns toward Oren. The ledger may not. The white-scaled book scratches violently inside its case. Oren grips the straps. The final design is inside it. So is the sleeper's road, you say. We may need the 7th page. Valeth answers through the shield. You need only the choice. The guardian extends its hand. Oren looks from the case to you. For 28 years, he has carried the book because he trusted no one else to decide when it should be opened. The blind elder's words return, knowledge carried until it feared every hand but its own. Slowly, Oren places the ledger upon the guardian's palm. The armored fingers close. The white scales writhe. A voice screams from inside the leather case. It uses Oren's wife's voice, then Mara's, then yours. Oren turns away. The 6th keeper sinks beneath the ruined dream, carrying the ledger with it. The valley disappears. Sira fades with the last of the false dawn. Are you alive on the surface? You ask before she is gone. For now, why did the vision beneath the lake show you drowned? Because I have not finished choosing. The darkness takes her. The throne room remains. At its far end stands the final door. 6 chains of golden light cross its surface. One chain is black. Your shield pulls toward it. The 100th floor waits beyond. Alian retrieves his spear. Mara stands beside Dalen. Brother Kale gathers his remaining lanterns. Oren ties the red cloth more tightly around his hair. Though the book he carried for nearly 3 decades is gone, no one asks whether you should continue. You have passed every place where turning back was still a choice. The black chain parts at the touch of your shield. The 6 golden chains follow. The final door opens. No monster waits beyond it. No treasure chamber. No throne. Only a small room containing a bed. A person lies beneath a white blanket, turned away from you. The walls are painted to resemble a summer sky. Wooden stars hang from the ceiling. A table beside the bed holds 7 melted candles and a glass of water untouched by dust. The figure beneath the blanket speaks in your voice. You took so long. You enter. The others follow close behind. The door remains open. The sleeping figure sits up. Its appearance refuses to remain fixed. For one moment, it resembles you as a child. Then Orin, Mara, Dalen, Elian, Brother Kale, Gatekeeper Sira. Finally, it takes the shape of Valeth. The ancient jailer smiles. The real Valeth screams from inside your shield. That is not me. The figure turns toward the ward. No, it says, you are what they left behind. The painted sky peels away from the walls. Beyond it lies the true prison, a chamber larger than every world above, filled with chains extending into darkness. At its center floats something that has no body until your mind attempts to understand it. A sleeping kingdom. Towers curl like fingers around a dark heart. Roads coil into veins. Rivers move through empty palaces. Millions of closed windows resemble eyes beneath thin lids. Asterfall appears within it. Not the real kingdom. Every dream ever dreamed inside its walls. The sleeper has been gathering them for centuries. The figure beside the bed looks at you. I never wanted the surface, it says. I wanted what the surface placed inside me. The black rune opens fully. Valeth's presence moves through the shield, gathering every fragment left by every bearer. The final lock is ready. The sleeper holds out your hand. Give me back my name. You look down. The 7th rune no longer bears Valeth's mark. It bears yours. The letters are not carved into the metal. They move beneath its surface, formed from the same darkness that entered Mara's hand and crawled across the 7th page. Each line shifts when you try to read it closely, adjusting itself to match the way you have written your name in expedition records, archive ledgers, and the margins of Orin's lessons. The sleeper holds out a hand shaped like your own. Give me back my name. Valeth's presence presses against the inside of the shield. Do not speak. The chamber of chains disappears behind a gentler vision. You stand in the lower courtyard of Asterfall before sunrise. The expedition has not yet departed. The bells remain silent. The southern gate is closed, and no one waits beside it. You could return to your room. You could leave the shield on the archive table and spend the day studying harmless fragments of pottery. Orin would still be missing, but you would never learn how long he survived. Mara would continue searching for Dalen. Elian would accept another contract. Brother Kale would return to the quiet flame. The hollow would remain someone else's problem. The sleeper speaks from the empty courtyard. One word, and you may wake before any of this began. The illusion is careful. It does not offer glory. It offers relief. You feel the temptation of an ordinary morning. A day without responsibility for 7 seals. A dead guardian. A sleeping kingdom. Or a choice that has waited 9 centuries to reach your hands. Then a copper coin rings behind you. The false courtyard cracks. Mara stands in the true prison with one hand closed around the paired coins. Dalen holds the other. The small sound they create is imperfect and warm. carrying the memory of two children, exchanging a promise neither fully understood. The vision did not include me stealing your room key, Mara says. That is how you know it was false. The courtyard breaks apart. Chains and darkness return. Alian steps beside you. His spear remains lowered. The creature is defining the choice, he says. Do not let it. Brother Kale's remaining lanterns gather around the shield. Their blue and silver flames illuminate the moving letters without burning them. Orin looks closely at the seventh rune. His face changes. That is not a name, he says. The sleeper's borrowed hand remains extended. Orin approaches the shield as he once approached a newly discovered tablet. Careful not to touch before understanding the material. It resembles one, he continues. It uses the correct letters, but the strokes have no depth, no history. You understand what he sees. An authentic inscription carries evidence of its making. Pressure changes where the carver's hand hesitated. Metal gathers at the edges of each cut. Age settles into the deepest grooves. The letters upon the rune have none of these things. They are an image placed over an empty surface. A forgery, you say. Orin's old smile returns, faint but unmistakable. An ambitious one. The sleeper lowers its hand. The small bedroom shifts around you. The painted summer sky darkens. Wooden stars fall from the ceiling and transform into hooked fragments of black iron. You entered carrying my name. No, you say. I entered carrying a place where a choice could be written. The sleeper's face becomes veiled, S again. Its expression fills with sadness. You believe refusing to name me changes what I am. I believe you need us to decide what you are. The dark kingdom, suspended within the chains, begins to wake. Windows open across its curled towers. Millions of pale eyes stare outward. Roads uncoil from the central mass and stretch toward the chamber walls. One passes through the image of Asterfall, touching sleeping minds above. You see the king turning beneath his blankets. Gatekeeper Sira, standing beneath the ruined fortress, with one hand pressed against the bronze doors. People throughout the lower city dreaming of water, rising through their floors. The sleeper has not merely gathered dreams. It has woven them into paths. You cannot close every road, it says. The surface has dreamed of me too long. The chamber transforms around each member of the party. Alian stands before a line of adventurers, wearing his green cloth. They wait for an order that will guarantee their survival. Mara sees a doorway opening onto her childhood home. Dalen sits inside, unchanged from the night he disappeared. Dalen faces a gathering of lower floor refugees. Behind them, restored rivers flow through cities that would die if the seals tightened again. Brother Kale stands within a sanctuary, filled with every person he failed to heal. Orin sees a sunlit house. A woman wearing a red cloth waits beside the door, young enough that no years have passed for her at all. The sleeper does not conceal the nature of its offer. Choose what you have always wanted. Elian is the first to move. He turns away from the waiting adventurers. No order guarantees survival, he says. Anyone who promises one is recruiting followers, not companions. His false soldiers collapse into empty armor. Mara approaches the doorway to her childhood home. The younger Dalen smiles at her from the table. She reaches out. Then she closes the door. I wanted my brother to come back, she says. Not to remain the person who left. The false house disappears. Dalen looks at the refugees before him. Their hunger is real. Their failing settlements are real. The sleeper has chosen truths that weigh heavily enough to become chains. I would still help them, he says. The darkness gathers eagerly around him. Dalen raises the jaw blade. But I will ask what help costs before deciding everyone else should pay it. He drives the weapon into the road beneath the refugees. The path splits. The figures remain, but the sleeper's shadow falls away from them. Brother Kale walks through the sanctuary of the dead. He touches no one. He offers no prayer, promising that suffering had a hidden purpose. I could not save you, he says. I will not turn that grief into proof that I should control what comes next. His lanterns brighten. The sanctuary dissolves into silver flame. Orin remains before the sunlit house. The woman at the door raises one hand. You have never met her. Yet you know her name must be written in the scholar's memories more deeply than any prison language. Orin takes one step toward her. Then he unties the red cloth from his hair. My wife is 7 years older than when I left, he says. She may be waiting. She may have stopped. She may be angry enough to close the door. The woman in the vision continues smiling. Orin folds the cloth over his palm. I do not want a memory that cannot choose whether to forgive me. He turns away. The false house vanishes. The sleeper's attention returns to you. You see how easily they abandon happiness. No, you say. They refused happiness that required surrendering the truth. The dark kingdom unfolds. Its towers separate into limbs. Rivers stretch like shining tendons between them. A crown formed from city walls rises above a face made from thousands of sleeping rooms. The figure towers over the final chamber. Chains snap around it, one after another. The 6 golden bindings across the open door were never the prison's final restraints. They held the sleeper's gathered dreams in a shape the human mind could endure. Now that shape rises. It wears the whole sleeping kingdom as armor. Valeth moves through the returning ward. The dark rune pulls your arm upward, forcing the shield between you and the enormous figure. There are 2 endings, Valeth says inside your thoughts. Open the final boundary and release it, or enter the ward and hold the boundary in my place. You see what the second choice means. Your body would remain before the final door, but your mind would enter the shield. You would join Valeth and the countless impressions of former rune guards. The seal might last another century, perhaps longer, the kingdom would survive. You would become another pattern, waiting for a future bearer. The sleeper spreads its arms. You may become the jailer you came here seeking. The black rune begins pulling you inward. Your fingers grow numb around the shield grip. The chamber recedes. Your companions become distant figures viewed through deep water. Valeth stands beside you in the circular ceiling chamber. They no longer appear as a reflection or borrowed memory. They look as they did on the day the Tidekeeper entered the hollow, weary and frightened, carrying the same shield upon the opposite arm. I am sorry, they say. For what? Leaving the choice to someone who had no part in making the prison. Why did you? Because the others demanded certainty. They wanted a final order that could never be questioned. Valeth looks toward the stone cradle in the memory. I believed doubt would make the lock merciful. I did not understand that doubt placed inside one person becomes loneliness. The truth of the dungeon becomes clear. Each guardian was given a purpose. The forest keeper nurtured. The ash walker warned. The Tidekeeper remembered. The walking city carried. The frozen commander protected. The boundary keeper questioned. But the seventh responsibility was not given to a guardian. It was placed inside a shield and carried by one mortal mind at a time. One person was expected to judge for every world above and below. That was the flaw. Not weak magic, not a broken chain, a decision too large to belong to anyone alone. You pull against the shield. Valeth watches you. There is no third ending, they say. There was no third ending when you stood here. What has changed? You look beyond the memory. Your companions remain in the final chamber. Elian braces his chain-forged spear against the floor as the Dream Kingdom pulls the room apart. Mara and Dalen hold the paired memory coins between them. Brother Kale protects Orin, while the scholar draws symbols in the air without the ledger he once believed necessary. 6 guardians wait along the paths behind you. Settlements survive in worlds. The original jailers considered empty. The hollow has changed because people continued living inside it. Everything you answer. You tear your arm free from the ward. The final chamber returns with a violent rush. You drop to one knee. The shield strikes the stone, and the false letters of your name ripple across the 7th rune. The sleeper reaches for you. Elian steps into its path. His spear cannot pierce a kingdom, but the hook catches one of the dream roads extending from its body. He twists the shaft and anchors the road to the floor. Mara, she throws 1 copper coin. You catch it. Dalen throws the other to Orin. The 2 coins ring across the chamber. Every bell in the hollow answers. The golden tree upon the 1st floor releases a cloud of leaves. The ash walker's tower rings over Hearthbridge. The Tidekeeper raises its antlers beneath the restored lake. The resting city opens every empty door. The spirits of the frozen battlefield lower their weapons. The star-filled hand closes protectively around the sixth region. Their sounds arrive through the paired coins, not commands, voices. You remove the wooden leaf token from your neck and press it against the first blue rune. The forest keeper's final breath moves through the metal. Far above, Leth stands beside the golden tree. The small wooden being raises one hand. The settlement gathers around it. They choose to tend the new guardian. The first broken symbol rekindles. You touch the second rune. The Ash Walker's bell answers. Senka and the people of Hearthbridge place their hands upon its names. The third brings the Tide Keeper. Neris stands upon the temple roof, living water flowing through her armor. The fourth calls the resting city. Wind passes through its empty streets, while the descendants of its former inhabitants speak their names from distant settlements. The fifth opens onto the frozen battlefield. The final spirits step beyond the ice, leaving the fortress empty. The sixth reveals the Boundary Keeper. It holds the white-scaled ledger inside its armored hands. The book struggles, but the Guardian does not open it. 6 purposes gather around the shield. The 7th rune remains false. You take the iron stylus from your appraiser's kit. The sleeper's dream roads wrap around your wrist. Speak the name, it commands. You place the stylus against the dark letters. You do not have one. You scrape the first line away. The sleeper screams. The sound races upward through every floor. Caverns shake. Rivers rise. Sleeping monsters open their eyes. Above the hollow, the bells of Asterfall ring without hands upon their ropes. You scrape away the second line. The Dark Kingdom loses your face. Its features change through every person it has borrowed. King, scholar, thief, guardian, child, saint, prisoner. You cannot bind what you refuse to name. We are not binding you with a name. The third line disappears. We are binding your reach. Orin completes the symbol he has been drawing. It is not one of the old prison wards. It combines the open eye mark he used throughout his life with Leth's closed eye tree. Knowledge and rest. Question and boundary. Brother Kale sends silver flame through the symbol. It enters the shield without burning the memories held inside. Mara inserts the small silver key into the gap beneath the 7th rune. The key given to open a promise. What promise? She asks. Valeth answers through the ward. That no one would choose alone. Mara turns the key. The shield opens. Not physically. The memories within it unfold around you. Rune guards from forgotten centuries appear across the chamber. Some wore armor. Some carried the ward beneath ordinary cloaks. A few were children when duty found them. None is complete enough to become a spirit, but their choices remain. They do not enter you. They leave, one after another. The impressions pass into the 6 guardian roads. The burden carried through generations spreads across the hollow. Valeth emerges last. They stand between you and the sleeper, without a shield. The false kingdom reaches for them. "You belong to me," it says. Valeth shakes their head. "I belonged to the question." They place one hand against the empty seventh rune. No name appears. Instead, 7 small lines form a circle around an open center. The meaning requires no translation. Consent, not the obedience of 7 jailers. The agreement of 7 living keepers, each free to refuse. The final boundary awakens. The sleeper's roads tear away from Asterfall's dreams. Windows close across the kingdom-shaped body. Towers collapse into streams of light. Stolen memories rush out of the chamber, flowing upward through the 100 floors. People on the surface wake. Creatures in the hollow remember dreams that belong only to them. The king opens his eyes beneath an ordinary ceiling and forgets the door beneath his bed. Gatekeeper Sira falls to her knees beside the dungeon entrance as thousands of borrowed voices leave the stone. The sleeper shrinks. Its city limbs fold inward. Palaces become ribs. Roads become thin veins of darkness. At last, only the small room remains. The bed stands beneath the painted summer sky. A figure lies beneath the white blanket. It no longer resembles you. It no longer resembles anyone. The shape turns toward the wall. "What am I?" it asks. No one answers for it. The 7th rune closes. The final boundary settles around the small room, leaving the door visible, but no longer controlled by a single key. 7 roads extend from it, each leading toward one primary keeper. The sleeper can still dream. It cannot enter another mind unless every keeper willingly opens the way. Valeth begins fading. You reach toward them. Will the seal hold? As long as those who maintain it remain willing. That is less certain than before. Yes, they smile. Certainty was the weakness. The last of Valeth's form enters the open center of the 7th rune, not as a voice or command, but as a memory freely given. The shield becomes quiet. The dark eye is gone. Alian releases his spear. The dream road caught upon its hook dissolves into harmless light. Mara retrieves the silver key from the shield. Its teeth have become smooth. Dalen closes both memory coins in one hand, then returns one to his sister. This time she accepts it. Brother Kale's lantern flames soften to their ordinary size. Orin stands before the small bedroom door. "What happens to the key ledger?" he asks. A road opens in the wall. The boundary keeper waits beyond it, still holding the chained book. You examine the shield. The new 7th rune glows only when all 6 others answer. The ledger belongs to no single keeper. Orin nods. He approaches the armored guardian and rests one hand upon the leather case. For nearly 3 decades, he carried its knowledge alone. Now he removes the iron rod from his coat and places it beside the book. The guardian closes its hands around both. The white scales stop moving. Orin returns without looking back. The final room grows distant. as the 7 roads begin closing. The figure beneath the blanket speaks once more. You will wonder whether I deserved the prison. You pause at the threshold. The question has no simple answer. Perhaps the sleeper was created from stolen dreams. Perhaps it existed before names, kingdoms, or seas. Perhaps it was once wounded, innocent, or free. None of those possibilities granted the right to enter other minds. None erase what the jailers did to the guardians. You will remain while the worlds you harmed decide what comes next, you say. The figure is silent. You close the door. The 100th floor begins to collapse. Not in violence. Its purpose has ended. Walls dissolve into floating dust. Chains fall without sound. The painted sky becomes a real darkness, filled with the slow stars of the 86th floor. The chosen roads appear around your party. One leads upward through every region you crossed. Another opens into the Guardian network, allowing travel between the great seals. A third rises directly toward Asterfall. Elian looks at it. Is it safe? No, you say. Mara smiles. That sounds familiar. You take the surface road. The journey upward lasts less than an hour. Windows open briefly around you as the hollow settles into its new shape. Leth and the wooden settlement rebuild the first temple around the golden tree. New flowers grow along its branches. Senka stands upon the central bridge, while the ash walker repairs a broken arch with careful stone fingers. Neris watches the tidekeeper swim beneath clear water. For the first time, the Guardian's dreams show a sea that is neither prison nor lie. The resting city remains still in the desert, but lights shine inside several houses. Travelers have begun entering its open gates. The frozen battlefield thaws into a quiet plain where red flowers grow through abandoned armor. Dalen stops at the window, showing the lower settlements. People gather beside restored rivers, uncertain what the changed seals will mean. I should return, he says. Mara looks at him. Today? No. The answer surprises both of them. Dalen touches the copper coin at his neck. I have spent years choosing urgency over every person who asked me to stay. The settlements will still need help after I see the sky. Mara looks toward the golden path ahead. You may not like what they have done with the surface. I remember rain. You remember complaining about rain. I would like the opportunity again. The road ends beneath the ruined fortress. The bronze doors open. Morning light enters the hollow. Gatekeeper Sira stands beyond them. Only 23 days have passed in Asterfall. The royal soldiers retreat when they see your party. Scribes drop their pens. One young guard begins ringing the alarm bell until Senka's black bronze bell answers from your pack and silences it with a single note. Sira looks first at you, then Elian, Mara and Dalen, Brother Kale, finally Orin. For a long moment, the old scholar and the gatekeeper remain on opposite sides of the threshold. You kept your promise, Orin says. Sira's eyes fill with tears. So did you. I said I would return with an answer. You returned with more people. Orin looks at the party. It was a difficult question. Sira steps forward and embraces him. He stands rigidly for one surprised breath before returning it. The bells of Asterfall begin ringing. Their sound crosses the waking kingdom, passing over rooftops, markets, wells, and the high windows of the royal citadel. This time, people come outside. They gather along the southern road as your party leaves the fortress. No treasure carts follow you. The relics carried from the hollow are small. Paired coins, a leaf-shaped token, a few warm stones, a chain-forged spear, a repaired shield, and an expedition ledger filled well beyond its original margins. Yet the lower wells have cooled. The ground beneath the southern wall has stopped moving. No bells sound beneath Red Quarry. The entrance to the hollow remains open, but it is no longer a road that accepts only descent. The guardian paths allow envoys, healers, scholars, and traders to move between worlds when the keepers agree. Asterfall does not celebrate immediately. The truth is too large for a single festival. The king's advisors resist the discovery that the dungeon is inhabited by nations rather than monsters. Treasure companies object when the crown suspends unrestricted expeditions. Priests argue over whether the guardians are gods, creatures, prisoners, or something for which no old category is sufficient. Elian becomes the first captain of the Hollow Accord. He dislikes the title, but accepts the work. His rules remain strict, though he eventually removes the prohibition against professional curiosity after Mara repeatedly ignores it. Brother Kale returns to the Order of the Quiet Flame. He teaches that healing is not restoration to an earlier form, but assistance in finding a livable one. Taven visits the surface months later and disagrees with half the lecture. Mara and Dalen travel together for a time. They do not recover the years they lost. They build something new from what remains. Some days they speak until morning. On others, a single careless sentence sends them walking separate roads. They always carry the paired coins. Orin finds his wife in a house near the university gardens. You do not accompany him to the door. When you see him again 3 days later, he wears the red cloth around his wrist instead of his hair. He says only that the conversation is continuing. That is enough. You return often to the archive where he trained you. The fragments on the tables no longer seem harmless. Every relic carries a choice about who is permitted to define its meaning. Your shield hangs nearby when you work. The 6 outer runes glow in the presence of magic. The 7th remains an open circle until another guardian answers. It no longer speaks with voices that are not yours. Sometimes at dusk, all 7 markings shine. Far beneath the city, the keepers are speaking to one another. You never hear their words. You do not need to. Years later, travelers will call the expedition by many names: the descent of the returning ward, the opening of the 100 roads, the waking of Asterfall. The histories will disagree about battles' dates and who first understood the nature of the final lock. Some will turn the story into a legend about heroes defeating an ancient evil. Others will claim the sleeper was innocent and the jailers cruel. You know, the truth is less comfortable. The guardians were prisoners and protectors. The sleeper was wounded and dangerous. The jailers were afraid and capable of mercy. Saving the kingdom did not require certainty about who deserved freedom. It required refusing to let suffering become permission to control another mind. On quiet nights, you climb the southern hill above Asterfall. The ruined fortress is visible in the valley. Lanterns shine around its entrance, where surface guards now stand beside wooden envoys from the glowing forest and four-armed wardens from Hearthbridge. The bells ring once at midnight. A second note answers from far below. Then a third rises like a wave beneath the earth. You rest one hand upon the shield. The metal is warm. The hollow is not endless. No place truly is. It only seemed endless, while every road led in one direction. Now, beneath the sleeping kingdom, 100 floors breathe in the darkness. Forests grow, cities rest, rivers remember the sea, and whenever a door opens between them, it opens because someone on each side has chosen to answer.